Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Today's recommendation. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. It's been getting quite busy. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
It's been getting quite busy recently. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Today's recommendation is the steak. Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Today's recommendation is the steak. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye. It's been getting quite busy recently. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendom. Today's recommendation is the steak.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Today's recommendation is the steak. Haven't you heard? There's a
Good roll.
wanderer in here.
All right. Maybe I'll take one more day off. And knock out the rest of the work once in.
Shower me with praise!
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid? With these rising flames!
Let my name echo in song!
Now that's more like it.
Way ahead!
Is it my turn now?
Time to shine!
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
Yoo-hoo!
Spare your energy. Running is a
World
breeze.
collide!
Yeah, into space!
How amusing.
Let my name echo in song!
Closer now.
How brilliant!
Not bad. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all.
Emerge right here.
Excuse me?
Time to shine!
Running is of little use.
Ah,
Gachas has been seared away. My blade is all that remains.
shower me with praise!
Mind the side effects. Yeah.
Right here, right now. Nothing lasts. Let my name echo in song!
It was all...
Who's next?
Yeah.
Your punishment made manifest.
Don't look at me!
I shed this mortal coil. Can't see? Yeah.
Nem quero que morrer junto comigo perto de novo, né?
Yeah.
Afraid? Or do you not even have the courage to be afraid? Is it my turn now? With these rising flames!
Let the world collide!
Is it my turn now?
Strike a pose!
Side effect of March.
Take a shot! Got your name on it!
With the fall of darkness, destruction shall rise. Have a taste of purgatory.
I'm still...
Who's next?
Ô, mano. Eu da hora, velho. Tô morrendo pra ela, que fica crescendo, velho. Eu desviei dali.
The countdown has begun. Not bad. You've proven to be a worthy opponent after all. With these rising flames!
A bitter pill to swallow.
Mano, que Deus.
My blade is all that remains.
Tô até com medo de chegar perto agora, velho.
May I present? Let my name echo in song!
Let's see how strong your resolve truly is.
É doido, velho. Nunca morri tanto, velho. Fazendo em grupo.
Things are about to get dicey.
Strike a pose!
Shine down! Now you shall perish!
aí, velho. Eu vento, pra depois eu vou jogar fora de novo, sem querer. Vou precisar.
Clear skies can do nothing to hide the brilliance of lightning. Divine bolts can strike even in the absence of rain. Do you see that tree? Wait, you understand? So, demonstration is not required.
O que tu tá falando aí, ô Raiden? Tá viajando? A Raiden tá faladeira hoje, hein? Ah, esse daqui já vai quebrar logo, hein, eu acho. Vou acabar esquecendo de usar isso daqui. 8 dias, eu não esqueci não.
The world remains constant over the centuries. But human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising.
A Raiden tá falando hoje, hein?
The water. Transitory.
Gostosinha, pô. Da hora. Oh, deu bom. Qual é, mano? Você tá indo pro lado errado. Que viagem é essa, velho? O cara é mó tonto, mano. Indo pro lugar errado. Vou pra cá. Ah, tu tá de brincadeira, velho. Que eu encontrei um negócio aqui ainda. Eu tô falando que esses negócios brotam do nada, mano. Isso é mentira, eu nunca deixei isso pra trás, velho. Eu sempre passei a bússola aqui, velho. Nunca apareceu essa bandeirinha aí. Como que isso vai estar aqui agora? O que é? Baú enterrado? Tem espinho? Que? Um filho, velho. Como assim tem um filho aqui na árvore? É a maior mentira de todos os tempos, velho. Olha aí.
Easy money.
O baú me dava 2 estrelas, agora que eu lembrei. Eu me perdi pra onde eu tava indo. Que viagem, velho. Ah, não, mano. Tá de brincadeira com a minha cara, velho. Só pode estar zoando, velho. Como assim, velho? Tá trolando, velho.
Treasure. One way to draw your target out of hiding.
Tem que passear a bússola aqui. Ah, para, velho.
Barbados, guide us.
Go as one! Strike a pose! Let the world collide!
There is no escape.
Gotcha. Game's up. Time's over.
Caramba, meu Deus.
How brilliant!
De novo, velho.
Busted.
Let my name echo in song! The show begins!
Shine down. Insolent. I swear by my sword.
Não, não veio nada, velho. Nada a ver.
Ad Astra. Thank you for completing today. Ad Astra Abyss.
Vamos ver. Esse lugar dessa missão. Define o critério da eliminação para um país de fotos. Examine o lado esquerdo da cara. O lado esquerdo do bichinho. Nossa, mas aí nada a ver. O lado direito nosso. Ai. Se eu tirar, se eu pegar dali já era. Aí o contorno das suas costas. Então aí de trás. Frente. É o gato. É um gato aí, velho.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
E aí, Daniel, tudo bom, velho? Eu nem vi se concluiu a missão, né? Tava nem prestando atenção, tava vendo o negócio aqui. E aí, não tem nenhum eventinho pra nós fazer? Ah, tem sim. Putz, evento de batalha. Aí, troll, hein? Espero que não demande muito do meu potencial de Genshin, porque afinal eu tô na roça. Aí sim, velho. É, saí clicando, nem vi o que era. Hum? Acho que já teve um desse, não já? Tô lembrando, vagamente, de ter que escolher os bichos assim. Antes da batalha começar, você pode conferir a formação do seu inimigo e ajustar a sua formação. Aproveite bem essa oportunidade. Depois que a batalha começar, as unidades de combate em ambos os lados entrarão em combate automaticamente, avançando contra seus oponentes e atacando. Diferente dos tipos de unidades de combate, se incluem outros tipos de unidades. Ao mesmo tempo, unidades corpo a corpo suprimem unidades à distância, unidades à distância. Tentar lembrar disso. Vai ser bom o viajante Pyro, será? Eu só vi pouca coisa dele lá na live. Mostrou bem pouquinho. Falando em live, hoje teve live do wutheringwaves e tem até meia-noite, eu acho que pra pegar os códigos, velho. E é 300 Astrit, eu deveria ter já pego isso, mano. Eu vou acabar esquecendo. Deixa eu já abrir o jogo agora Ainda bem que eu lembrei de pegar os códigos aqui, velho. Não tô na roça. Preciso ler, né, mano? Não pode de jeito nenhum deixar passar. Join Carnavale. Join Carnavale. Devido às flutuações da rede, alguns jogadores experienciaram um problema de conexão em sua batalha de espera. O problema foi resolvido dia 21 de dezembro e está aqui sua recompensa. 80, mais 80. Nem cheguei a ver esse problema, mas o importante é que me deu a gema. Poxa, eu não quero aqui resgatar os códigos. Caramba, onde que resgata os códigos? Que viagem é essa, velho? Esqueci onde que resgata. Amigos, inventário, tem, desenho. Não lembro, velho, onde que é. É uma engrenagemzinha aqui. Sei lá, deu ruim. Caraca, velho, eu não lembro onde que é que resgata os códigos. Caraca, velho, que branco aqui. Pô, eu tinha quase certeza que era aqui, mano. Não tá funcionando os códigos, velho. Será que já foi? Ai, velho. Tem que funcionar, velho. Vamos. Ah, é porque tá copiando pro espaço, mano. Deixa de ser burro. Calma aí, eu já vejo aí o que tu tá falando, Daniel. Eu vi que tu escreveu um monte de coisa, mano. Ah, um foi agora aqui. Nossa. Era melhor ter escrito tudo, né? Eu escrevi tudo e ainda tava com espaço na frente. Tá, também já foi, falta isso. Ai, mano, de novo espaço. Erro? Puta, a conexão perdida. Mó chato essa chifra. Aí, velho. Finalmente. Todos os três. Trezentinhos. 40 mil. E mais uns itens aqui. Agora eu tô de volta. Que? Nossa, velho, quanta coisa que tu escreveu, Daniel. Como que eu vou ler isso tudo, velho? Calma aí que eu já vejo. Deixa eu tentar entender a tua explicação de um livro aqui, velho. Eu gostei bastante. Tem um vídeo que mostra as habilidades dele. As habilidades elementais só percebem vai dar um encantamento para a viajante, sendo pequenas explosões no inimigo. Mas quando crescer uma habilidade elemental, dá um novo encantamento. Mas as explosões vão ser maiores e vai dar mais dano. A habilidade elemental não fica só para o viajante, trocando senão ele vai ainda ficar com a habilidade do viajante. Ah, entendi, velho. Aparenta ser bom, né? Vamos ver na prática.
You're open. You're open. You're open. Fraud.
Dá pra eu modificar alguma coisa, velho? Em batalha você será vencedor depois de derrotar todas as unidades inimigas. A contagem será terminada depois de completar 10 rodadas de batalha ou perder 4 rodadas. Vence o máximo de vezes que puder para obter mais medalhas. Acho que de Pyro eu não tenho nenhum. Nem gelo. Tá falando aqui no joguinho? Aqui nesse modo aqui? Se eu escolher um aliado que eu já tenho, sobe o nível? Sabia não. Eu só consigo ver aqui os negócios deles, não consigo trocar nem nada. O que é isso aqui? Dá mais um, menos um. Nossa, fez escala de um. De um. É. Acabou de explicar isso daqui. Tchum, 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 tchum. Tô faltando um outro ali que tá upado. Vou tirar aqui um.
You're open. Finally,
Bem. Já era, velho. Pra mim era uma vez. Eu acho que eu tô com muito personagem que ataca de longe e nada de nenhum de perto. Tá uma bagunça. Tchum, 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 tchum. Tem que mexer aqui. Eu percebi já. Aqui eu fiz péssima escolha mesmo. Deixa eu tirar aqui. Deixa eu tentar dar uma equilibrada. Não sei se tem tipo que uma ordem que eles vão vir em campo. Deixa eu ver se assim dá uma melhorada. Não é tão intuitivo esse modo, aquele outro lá que era com a galera, era da hora, velho. Fazer um engano com a galera. Não sei o que tá rolando, tô fazendo as escolhas tudo errado ou eu tô com muito azar, velho. Pô, também tá aparecendo. Selecionar mais 2 vezes para aprimorar. Ai, velho, tá bom, vai, deixa eu tentar prestar atenção ali, velho. Cadê? Deixa eu ver aqui. Não pode só sair colocando, né, velho? Tem que ver ali o que ganha de que, velho. Pior que eu nem tenho muito porradeiro aqui, velho. Tudo porradeiro, os bichos. Mesmo assim adiantou. mano. Que vexame, hein? Eu não consigo passar os desafios de batalha comum e nem um que é automático. Eu tô muito bem no Genshin. Vamos pegar um desse daqui. Pô, velho, agora só veio. Vamos atualizar, porque daqui tá fogo, hein? Tem ainda os elementos também, né? Hum, o problema é que até esse bicho chegar lá, ele já tomou já. Quer ver? Não, assim vai dar ruim, muito ruim. Até ele chegar lá, ele toma muito rápido.
I wasn't done. Fry. Fry.
Ai, mano. Eu nem lembro, Daniel, nem vi sua mensagem, vai ver agora. Ai, mano, que chato isso, velho. Sem zoeira, mano. E aí, Mari? Tudo bom? Ai, vou dar nota mínima pra esse evento aqui, velho. Se eu puder. O que foi, tipo, que tu tá tão brava hoje, hein? Tá muito brava, tipo. Deixa de ser brava. Hum, daqui nem dá tempo de chegar lá.
Going somewhere?
Vi, velho.
The perfect distance. To the ferry.
Pior que eu vi. Vou tentar jogar, não sei se vai dar. Tomara que dê, né? Velho, esse negócio aqui, ó, de ter que escolher mais 2 vezes pra poder atualizar, ficou meio, sei lá, eu acho que já tinha que atualizar ali na hora. Fica um boneco aí parado. Sei lá, eu acho um evento meio muito de mediano pra ruim isso daqui. Quem vai fazer live em plena noite de ano novo? Mas o que você faz no ano novo? Depende da pessoa, ô Mari. Minha família vai passar numa casa de piscina o ano novo. Eu não sei se eu vou, velho. Porque tem que pagar uma quantia mó alta pra alugar a casa lá e fazer os negócios lá. E ainda os familiares da minha mãe, ultimamente, eu não tenho conversado muito, então eu nem sei se eu vou. Então, talvez eu até abra a transmissão depois que virar o ano, eu ter com o pessoal aqui de casa e tal. Ou eu deixo transmissão aberta, quando chegar a hora de virar o ano eu deixo aberto por um tempo, depois eu volto. Sei, vou ver o que eu vou fazer no dia. Dependendo de como tiver um movimento aqui em casa, eu vejo. É da minha prima também. E eu nem sei, velho, o que ela vai fazer. Tem um bom tempo que eu não me atualizo a respeito. Eu sei que eles estão querendo. Eles estão pagando uma casa lá, eu acho. E comprar tem que ajudar a comprar as coisas. Alugar a casa e comprar umas coisas pra fazer. Mas o Natal é todo mundo em casa mesmo. Como sempre, né? Agora o ano novo eles querem alugar uma casa de piscina. Eu preferia ir pra praia pra ver os fogos, mas ninguém quer ir. A praia é bem pertinho aqui. 10 minutos de carro, se tu pegar. É que transporte público é impossível pegar no dia, né? Tem que ir de carro mesmo. Eu acho que tu vai dar ruim de novo. Tá, ali ganha, ali vai empatar. Ali eu não sei, ali eu também não sei. Ali eu também não sei, velho. Ah, pô, bora. O dia 2 é meu aniversário.
Going somewhere?
Sim, velho, da minha tradição. Quem mora no litoral e vê os fogos na praia. Eles colocam um balde lá no meio do mar e E tem muitos fogos, né? Fica mó bonito atrás. Se você pegar algum vídeo no YouTube, você vai ver. A galera que tá na areia fica tudo iluminado pelos fogos. Nossa, que massacre que eu tomei aqui, velho. Como assim? Hoje só está o Daniel no chat. Você também está, velho. Ô, Mari. Caramba, mano. Tô tomando mó couro aqui nesse evento. O problema é que esses caras nunca chegam a tempo lá, velho. Aí no final o negócio é meio. Meme.
Going somewhere? Finally.
Ó, já era. Os caras já viraram o jogo. O negócio.
To the very...
Esse carinha chegou rápido lá. Vamos ver se dá agora. Não tem nenhum voador, mano. Caraca, uma live de 24 horas, mano. Como assim?
Going somewhere? To the very...
Sei lá, eu achei esse evento meio imprevisível, velho. Ou eu não entendi direito. Eu tô vendo os dois negocinhos ali, mas. Caramba, esses bichos já vêm a milhão, velho. Aí complica. Eu não tenho nenhum voador aqui. Esqueci de pegar de novo. Vamos colocar aqui uns doidinhos aqui pra curar. Sei lá. Não, esse daqui não. Quem é, Tifa, que chegou aí? Uma live... Eu vou fazer uma live especial também. 24 horas. Eles querem fazer um churrasquinho no meu aniversário dia 2, velho. Aí vai atrapalhar de eu abrir transmissão. Para ver o infinitynikki, velho, da atualização. Ninguém mata o bicho, velho. Olha lá, já era. Deu ruim pra mim, ó. Sobrou um bichinho ali, velho. Mano, será que tá eu que tá? Acho que muita gente vai abandonar esse modo aqui, hein, mano. Sei não, mano. Tô muito estranho. Por que, velho? Eu tô tentando seguir a lógica ali, mas não tá vendo, não tá rolando, velho. Ai, ai. Ah, tô quase, velho. Tô quase. Tô achando meio bem chato esse evento aqui. Sério? Para, Tifa. Tu é mó chata também, bagunceira. Por que tu não fica quietinha aí? Eu vou te pegar na porrada, velho. Tu vai pra fora. Ficar sozinha lá. Só porque tu tomou banho, tu tá aí, né? Eu tô calmo, Mari. Dificilmente tu vai me ver. Bravo, velho. Tô muito calmo. Simplesmente quando eu ver que não vale a pena me estressar, eu vou parar, velho. Eu quero estar no jogo pra me divertir, não pra me estressar, entendeu? Se eu não tiver calma, eu vou sair, pode ficar tranquilo. Tô muito calmo, por sinal. Esse bicho aqui parece ser bom, hein? Ai! Quem é, tipo, pega! Chegou alguém aí, velho! É engraçada a Tifa, velho. Eu me divirto com ela. Igual cachorrinha, mano. O olho das tempestades vai ficar por último. Será que vai dar bom isso daqui? Sei lá, vamos ver. Olha quem apareceu aí. Boa noite, Aline. É, Aline. Meu Deus, vixe, o outro ali é imune, velho. Para de mirar nele então, né, Scar? Olha lá, velho, que burrice. tem como mandar ele mirar em outro, velho?
The perfect distance. Going somewhere?
Pegou o dragão supremo lá, mano. Como que eu vou ganhar disso aí? Mó chata essa polícia, tu. Tum, taranana, tum. Eu já tô aqui. É outras pessoas jogando? Não, né? É que é meio imprevisível esse evento. Não sei não, Thiago. Eu comecei a jogar agora ele aqui e eu já percebi que é meio imprevisível, velho. Tem hora que a tua estratégia funciona e tem hora que não funciona. Nem adianta tu achar que está indo bem. Não, tá muito rápido, muito ruim. Como assim? O que eu fiz aqui, velho? Como que eu coloco de novo o bichinho que eu tirei ali? Oh, Deus. Fiz besteira, mano. Não vou nem perder meu tempo. Pega logo isso daí. Eu apertei ali pra sair, velho. Sem querer. Isso daqui não é outras pessoas não, pô. Jogando. Pode ser uma configuração que outra pessoa fez, mas não é em tempo real não. Não ia ter tempo e tal pra tu poder concluir teus negócios. Não é o caso. Aí, o Thiago, eu vou jogar contra o Thiago agora. E aí, Thiago, puxou a partida contra mim, velho, de propósito. Mó vacilão. Isso não se faz, cara. Fica. Como que é o nome dessas pessoas que fica assistindo a transmissão dos outros pra tentar pegar ela contra e atrapalhar? Esse é o nome dessas pessoas. Né? Não, eu tô me baseando nisso. Os caras tá me dizendo. Já foi de base todo mundo. Né? Já era. Era uma vez. Uhum. Ai, mano. Deixa me ver. Não, senão eu teria tempo pra coisar, né? Não, velho. Entendeu? Caramba, o cara colocou tudo arqueiro, mano. Só pra me trollar. Eu não vou saber qual que é a resposta, mano. Às vezes dá mó certo, às vezes dá mó errado, ó lá. Tá vendo? Olha lá, mano, olha isso. Já era, velho. Era uma vez, mano. Era uma vez. O cara chegou ali agora. Brabíssimo, hein? Para de rir, Aline. Tem um afogado, velho. MDF o que, Daniel? O que é MDF? Poxa, velho. Vou colocar o carinha que voa agora aqui pra ver se ele faz um vento. Vou colocar o anemo pra ver se ele faz um vento aqui, ó. Finalmente, talvez ele sirva pra alguma coisa. Pô, essa briga eu já vi, hein? Não vai dar muito bom, não. Essa briga eu já vi, velho. Não é muito boa. Essa briga vai dar ruim. Ixi, vai dar mó treta agora. Ah, tá. Agora eu entendi. Os mais fortinhos são os monstros médios e grandes também, né? Aquele que tem bandeirinha ao redor, assim. Será, mais? Sei não, hein, velho. Colocou o curandeiro, velho. Agora foi. Tá, isso daqui, ô Daniel, não é em tempo real. É tipo equipe que outras pessoas formou e aí a máquina joga por elas, tá bem? Agora que eu entendi como é que funciona. Nível 40. Mano, ou é 8 ou é 80, né? Isso daqui. O cara meteu essa, mano. Colocou um monte aí. Não, pô, aqui no. Tem que colocar esse anemo aqui no lugar, deixa eu ver aqui, desse daqui, ó. Não, em quinto não. Tem um aqui que vai dar bom. Ou talvez não, ou talvez era melhor deixar do jeito que tava, porque ele não tem nenhum voador e vai dar ruim. Não, esse daqui tinha que ser mais pra frente. Esse que tá em nível 40, ele tem que ser um dos primeiros, porque ele vai aguentar mais dano. Ele vai chegar lá, eu acho. Eu acho, mano. Sei lá, acho que assim vai, talvez. Ah, o do cara tá 44, velho. Nossa, mano, chega aí, dá-lhe uma, bota todo mundo.
My
Ih,
blade
mano, chegou do cara brabo ali também, mano.
to the fairy.
Tá vendo como que é meio. Tá vendo como que não dá pra saber quando você vai ganhar direito? Pode ter uma noção, mas é meio que sorte, mano. Sei lá. Mas depois de apanhar muito, 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 eu tô começando a ter mais chance de ganhar agora. Grande slime, velho. Esse daqui é o maior lá. Grandão, velho. Esse daqui é brabo. Não gostei, mesmo assim, muito desse evento ainda, velho. Eu achei ele meio troll ainda. Bem troll, por sinal. Ai! Porra, quase que eu caio, velho. Da cadeira, você é doido, tá isso comigo não.
The perfect distance. This will do. This to the fairy.
Ah, não. Talvez seja. Eu demorei só pra entender um pouco, mas agora tá começando a funcionar, pelo que parece. Ou só tô com uma onda de sorte. Esse daqui tá dando bom. Tomara que a minha onda de sorte continue. Pô, velho, eu bati o controle aqui e arranhou meu controle. Pra não cair, eu bati o controle na parede. Esse tá brabo, velho. Esse daqui também. Aí eu já vou colocar esse arqueiro aqui. Aí depois eu vou colocar esse brabão aqui. Aí depois dá pra colocar esse daqui de vento. E esse outro brabo aqui que eu nem sei, velho. Acho que esse deve ser mais forte. De gelo. Que vai congelar ele, que ele é de água lá. O outro.
Going somewhere? To the ferry?
Mano, rodei, olha lá. Já era, vai morrer todo mundo agora. Não deu certo no cima. Uma demora, velho. Vai chegar o cara, que não importa. Cadê meu arqueiro que eu coloquei? Morreu já o arqueiro. Ah, tá ali o arqueiro. Vamos, velho, mira no que tá voando. Não, velho, tá vendo como que eles são meio tontos? Mira no que tá voando, arqueiro. Vocês têm que mirar no pé. Aí, velho. Faz isso comigo não, pô. Não, não trola. Vocês têm que mirar no que vocês têm vantagem, velho. Não fica mirando nos outros. Caraca, isso daqui é brabo, hein? Era mítica, velho. Caraca, o cara lá também tem. O cara também só escolheu os brabão, por isso que ele tá no final, mano. Ele fez a equipe dos sonhos desse negocinho de batalha, pelo que eu tô vendo ali. Já vou puxar meu arqueiro brabão aqui, pra depois. Depois esse daqui. Aí como ele tem... É, velho, aí é meio perigoso. Melhor puxar tudo de porrada aqui, ó. Os porradeiros depois. Acho que vai dar bom. Não, mas esse passarinho demora muito pra atirar, velho. Como que um dragão daquele não consegue acertar o passarinho? Nossa, velho, estratégia infalível agora eu montei, mano. Ixi, mano. Esse cara aqui eu vou upar ele, que ele é meio bravo. Ou já era outro. Eu deveria ter pego aquele dali mesmo. Caraca, eu vou pegar a... Como que é o nome dela mesmo? Aqui, a... Para, Tifa. Sei não, essa daqui vai ser meio pegaria. Olha isso,
Let's end
mano.
this now.
Where do you think you're going? Bloom as the flowers in Guraman! The eternal oasis of long lives. But we'll meet.
Caramba. Colocar logo esses caras tudo pra correr pra cima dele. Sei lá, isso daqui eu não sei não se vai rolar. Quem disse isso, Thiago? Isso, né? Acho que eu fiz uma péssima escolha agora, hein? Ixi, esse cara ainda é lentão, mano. Olha lá, olha lá, olha lá.
You're open.
Nossa, velho. O outro chegou lá só pra morrer, mano.
Bloom as the flowers in Guraman! The eternal oasis of long lives.
Ixi, fui de base, né? Tá, agora eu tenho que esperar o próximo dia, né? Pô, quando eu peguei o jeito, aí tem que esperar o próximo dia. Esse daqui foi da hora, mano. Esse daqui eu gostei. Pô, eu vou ter que pegar pra tentar passar o piso 12 lá. Só falta isso pra eu platinar o jogo. Mas não vai ser agora. Deixa eu ver qual que é a missãozinha que eu tava fazendo aqui, velho. Eu lembro que eu tava fazendo alguma missão e parei de fazer. Qual que era? Era de quem? Putz, velho. Era dela aqui, da... Eu nem sei como que se pronuncia o nome dela. Tava mó chata as missões dela. É, deveria ter esperado. Mas tá bom. Pois eu... Nem lembro mais a história dela. Não foi uma das que me marcou, não. Achei ela meio chata. Eu achei um baú em Mondstadt e um cílio de cabeça, né? Vocês acreditam nisso?
You're back!
You're back! Eu acho que eu tinha que optar pela opção de baixo.
So, Madame Farazan has some other things to settle. All right. And to think that Raid was doing all those things on the sly.
E agora,
It's
será que
good
vai
that you all
rolar?
got out of that situation in one piece.
Madame Farazan will be able to repair Carcata when she gets back, won't she?
Não lembro mais não. Mas pelo menos eu tô indo pelo lugar certo, pelo que parece aqui, ó. Não dá pra pular? Eu não tô lembrando não da historinha dela. E olha que eu sempre lembro das histórias dos personagens aqui dos encontros. Espere um dia. Tomara que seja um dia. E esse cara aqui, velho? Quem é esse cara aqui? Sei não, ele tá aí por enquanto. Tipo,
I'm back! What? Is there to be no welcoming party? Madame Farazan, we're over here! That's more like it. Now, here are some components I brought back from the desert.
né? E
Switch
quando
these
dá
out with the ones Carcata is using right now, and it'll be back in ship shape.
So this is a relic of an ancient civilization. Unbelievable. Thankfully, it didn't end up in Raid's unscrupulous hands.
Unscrupulous, huh? Sounds like you already told them what happened.
Eu acho que agora não importa, né? O lugar que eu vou escolher.
Is that so? Thank you.
Eu acho que eu já entrei.
We will talk about everything else later. It's nothing. I've already given all the evidence we have against Raid to the academia. They're going to be very busy. Too busy to bother us, I'd wager. I'll start repairing Carcata then. Kale, can you help me out? Of course!
Eu vou achar, Tifa. Vai pra fora. Bagunceiro. Como é que é? Finalmente Ellen vai voltar. Caraca, a Ellen vai voltar, velho. Ah, só vou pegar a Astro mesmo, só. Mais nenhuma, não. O resto dos meus policromos eu vou deixar para os Virtual Idols. Deve vir logo também.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Cadê? Eu tô indo pelo caminho certo? Eu tenho que ir lá pra ver. Progresso. E... fiz o caminho certo, velho. Bravo, cadê ela? Tá aqui fora.
Ah, you're here. Thank you for keeping Tamimi a secret. I tell them about Tamimi, will they still feel happy for Karkata? Even if we could convince them to accept the components, they'll probably still feel bad about it. I don't want my past to affect people in the present. That applies to both me and other people.
Fica tão imersivo quando a dublagem tá batendo com a boca do personagem, o
It's
Genshi.
fine. I'm used to this. I once believed that I'd never hear from my old friends and family ever again. Even their faces are getting hazier in my memories. However, I could remember them clearly again after reading the letter Tamimi handed to me and learning that they'd never given up on me. That's more than enough. I'd be disappointing them if I let myself fall into a slump because of this. Neither my teacher nor my mother would have wanted to see me like that.
Queria
Besides,
que ele
you're
fosse o
lending a
padrão,
listening
velho,
ear to
do
me
jogo.
now, aren't you? Oh, Pardius DI looks pretty scenic at night. Will you take a stroll with me?
Claro, por que não?
Once Karkata's condition stabilizes,
Qualquer
I'll
um que
find
me
a
chame
chance to
pra
tell
caminhar, eu
Taimari
vou
and Kale
querer.
about all that.
Caminhar faz bem pra
But for
saúde.
now, just help me keep this secret. Thank you. Whether it's 100 years ago or now, I have people who worry about me.
Você se acha, né?
I suppose I should consider myself quite fortunate. The only time when I felt otherwise was when I had just returned to Sumeru. No one came to check up on me then.
Hum.
Yeah, I'm home.
Olha como que é bom, velho. Se a dublagem sempre batesse com a boca, velho. Gostei desse papelzinho de parede aqui com a lua de fundo. Ela foi meio sentimental no final dessa parte aqui. Gostei. Só dessa parte, porque eu lembro que o resto tava meio chato. Ah, o próximo vai dar 20 geminha. Caminha meio metrô. Como assim? Não entendi. Como assim, eu já? Caminha meio metrô. Não entendi, velho, o que ele quis dizer. Tá, agora é bem aqui, velho, no começo, pra eu acertar. Aí eu ganho 20 geminha. Não é muito, mas já é alguma coisa. Tchum, 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 tchum. Essa aí, ela é meio metro.
So busy. Master said there's no...
Ah, velho, para de zoar
Yeah,
eles.
that would be the best for them both.
Ali eles
You might have heard of it
erram
before.
bastante.
Haravatat is an academic faction that researches languages and runes. 100 years ago, Madame Farazan was a researcher from that darshan.
No, not was.
Até NPC aí, a moça bonita, a moça
Yes, of course.
formosa.
But current Haravatat students
NPC
can't
tá
really
com a sincronização labial certinha.
understand her direction of research. So even if she opened a course, chances are that no one would attend.
In summary, I mean to interpret the configurations and solutions of ruin mechanisms via the deciphering of on-site stone carvings and unearthed documents. It'll include research into general documents dealing with such ancient machines.
The research method is supported by Haravatat, yes,
Aonde
but the
que eu
content
consigo
deals
trazer
heavily
tiros
with
em
both
30
ruins
dias? Que eu
and
quero também.
mechanisms. This will make it difficult for students of this darshan because they don't understand much about mechanisms. Also, there are fewer and fewer unexplored ruins left nowadays, and Ksharuar researchers have been developing their own theories on mechanisms. As such, they don't need to rely on ancient documents.
They're far too complacent. Ancient mechanisms are more dangerous and complex than one might imagine. I'm telling you, things weren't like this 100 years ago. All researchers back
Ela é
then
cheia
were
de
interested in
bijuteria ali no
exploring
braço,
knowledge
né?
from a
O
variety
anel
of
no
topics.
dedo.
They also gave more respect to unknown mechanisms. Nowadays, all people are interested in are mainstream subjects in popular research. Even if they attended my course, I wouldn't be interested in teaching them. Also, the people here think that my research is outdated and unrealistic, so they keep cutting my funding. Why, I think they could all stand to learn from Kale. She's a hard-working child and respects her elders.
Huh? Why me?
Ah, if only those who came to my lectures were more like you. Speaking of which, are you feeling better? You don't have to confine yourself to Gandharvaville anymore, right?
I just remembered that I have a lot of studying to do. I need to head back and find Master.
Are you telling me to start a reading course for Kale?
Huh?
Wait. Although Tainari has academic dealings with the academia, he isn't considered part of it. This means that Kale isn't technically a student.
Evento de 1000 gemas? Tem evento de 1000 gemas no...
No, he's right. The old academia became consumed by their arrogance precisely because they ignored the public. There must surely be many people like Kale and Sumeru who are passionate about learning, but cannot study due to various reasons. The old academia paid no heed to them. But if I start a reading course for Kale as a pilot, perhaps this shall come to benefit many more people in the future.
I'll need to go back and ask if this is in accordance with regulations.
Oh, save yourself the extra trouble. I'll come with you. If there's any arguments to be had, we shall sweep them aside together. Traveler, Kale, do wait for us a little while outside the academia. I'll be back in just a moment.
Wait! Let's catch up with her.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
I can't believe she rushed right in after we arrived. She's really headstrong. Oh, how did things turn out like this?
Vai ter um evento de corrida pelo mapa? Eu não lembro desse. Ah, é tanta coisa que eu fico vendo.
No, not really. Madame Farazan is a brilliant scholar. Even Master thinks so.
Eu só lembro
She's
quando
really
chega.
going to teach me how to read. It'll definitely be much better than me bashing my head against the wall. It's just that she can get a bit too passionate sometimes. I don't know how to handle that. Maybe it's because she wants to take me in as a student? It's just like that researcher said. The academia has completely changed during the 100 years that Farazan was gone. I don't really get it, but it does seem like Haravitat's students aren't optimistic about the prospects of doing research with her. Students who are interested in mechanisms and applications of the elements generally enroll in Kasharawar and Spotamod. Madame Farazan also refuses to accept random students just to make up numbers. She still hasn't found a student she likes.
Esse é evento
Even after all this
web
time
que tá falando.
But she seems to like my attitude toward
Eu
learning,
nunca participo
so
muito
she
desses
often
eventos
asks
web.
me if I'm willing to become her student. It's
Eu
because I'm a
participei de
slow
alguns
learner
só.
that I have no choice but to stay up late and study. Whenever she compliments me, I feel really guilty. It's not that. Madame Farazan respects my choices.
Eu tava com uma
She
onda
hasn't
de
been trying to
azar
persuade
no
me, especially since she
Honkai,
knows I
Thiago.
need to rest and recuperate. She sometimes brings food to Gandharvaville for me, and each time she says that Master can't find out. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit like that. Do I really look that young?
Kale, Traveler, Thank you for waiting. The issue has been resolved. I argued with the higher-ups and convinced them of the practicality and necessity of educating the general public. If I'm not mistaken, they're the students of my classmates' students. They're a lot less forceful than their predecessors, though. I'd say they caved rather quickly.
Amazing.
It's just that we need to fill in every single page of the application. It's been a century, but the academia is as picky as ever. Let's see now. What do we need to fill in? Course name, learning objectives, teaching methods, course materials.
Oi, gente, onde tá dentro ela? É, vocês deixaram
We can
entrar.
fill in the course name last.
Ela é afogada.
That's a bit too general, I'd say. After all, this class's target audience isn't toddlers or children, but rather people who already know the basics of reading. As such, we'll need a more specific learning objective.
A filha é muito forte.
How about proficiency in reading and writing?
Ela carrega
That's
nós em
true. If we use children's teaching
várias
materials,
situações por causa
then
do
we end up
estudo
wasting
dela.
a lot of time on things that students would already know.
And you have your job as a forest ranger, Kale. People who attend this course in the future are also likely to have life commitments. We need more effective teaching methods.
Master always tells me that practice is the best way to learn. That's why I often ask him to help me find simple books to read.
It must have been difficult to get books in Sumeru in recent years, no? Tainari really went the extra mile for you. Expanding literacy is a capital notion. Now that the academia is easing restrictions on the circulation of books, there should be more people who have become interested in reading.
Ela é boa, ela é
It's a
boa.
great time to conduct this course.
Talvez ela só vai perder o posto pra essa que se ela for curandeira mesmo. Aí sim, velho. Ela vai ter uma
What's next on
litária
the
pra
list?
eu bater com ela
I
nesse
fear that I'm at
quesito
a
aí.
loss as to which books youngsters like nowadays.
Porque ela dá um escudo muito forte, como o Thiago falou. E a outra, se a outra curar, aí sim. Não tem nenhum curandeiro.
Fair. Kale, what have you been reading lately?
Me? I've been reading light novels from Inazuma. I heard that ever since we were allowed to sell books in Sumeru again, some people set up stalls at Treasure Street to sell light novels. I've been meaning to go there and check it out.
Light novels? This is my first time hearing about such a thing, but I doubt I will procure suitable teaching materials from the House of Dana. Treasure Street it is.
Wait for us, Madame Farazan! You wouldn't think someone as fast as her is over 100. Let's pick up the pace and catch up to her.
What a long and mildly ungrammatical title. And why is the cover so colorful?
Is this your first time seeing a light novel, ma'am? Oh, they're the most popular of books nowadays. Would you like me to recommend something?
Fine. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover after all. May we browse through the books here?
Of course. Why don't you try this one? It's Outlander Brigade, When the Wind of Death Blew Towards the Blonde Samurai.
O que é visibilidade?
I heard that this book's author describes action in vivid detail.
Now I've only skimmed through a few pages, but it feels like it's all fight scenes. There are only subjects and predicates, and the syntax is a tad simple.
Subjects? Predicates?
The protagonist just ends up fighting in every scene with no proper build-up. Will anyone even enjoy a story that's only comprised of fights?
How about... the good thing about being reincarnated as a hilly churl is that I only need to eat Sunsetias to become stronger.
A reincarnation isekai story? Those are pretty popular right now.
Isekai? What in the world is that? Also, why does it become stronger by eating Sensetias?
É, velho, ela te poupa de perder muita vida.
Tropes? Ah, those fictional rules used to push the plot forward, yes? They're
Se eu
definitely
não me
effective in
engano, o
achieving a
golpe
distancing effect.
do final que quebra o
Sorry.
escudo não passa a
What is
vida
this
pro...
distancing effect?
However, this book doesn't explain how reincarnation correlates to becoming stronger. Such an illogical rule will affect the coherence of the story. Will readers really accept this?
How about this? I had to fight tooth and nail to get this in stock.
Oh, that's the latest volume of Onibudo!
Now that's a rather normal title length. Oh, Kale, do you like this series?
Yes, but I don't like it that much. Madam, are you going to use this series as teaching material?
Let me see. The dialogue flows quite well, but there are too many phrases here that I don't recognize. Third eye of perception, illusory mirror, and so on. Aren't these terms that are tied to tropes?
I also thought those names were strange when I was reading them.
It's impossible to derive the meaning of these phrases in isolation. Also, their morphological properties are quite pedestrian, really. Or did the protagonist purposely create these strange names to disorient their foes? So there's no deeper purpose. It's quite hard to understand stories written these days.
You're right. It's such a weird book. But you keep wanting to read the next page.
Even the most popular book in Sumeru back then had greater depth than anything written today. Yes, a Bahumano researcher wrote it while researching folk legends. The plot had many twists. The world building was fantastic, and even the writing could withstand scrutiny. When it was still being published, many people in the academia were reading it. Even the sages back then all described the story as a timeless classic. The series must have concluded after so many years, right? Perhaps it's even more popular now.
Is there a book like that in Sumeru? I've never heard of such a thing before. What's the title?
It's called Tales of Shariar. Do you sell it here?
Tales of Shariar? I don't think I've heard of that before. When was it published?
About 100 years ago.
100 years ago? Are you pulling my leg? What sort of book
Às
can remain
vezes, quando eu vou
popular
fazer
for
algum
100
conteúdo lá no
years?
celular, que eu
The Legend of Antara is popular to
tô
this
muito
very
afim
day,
de
isn't it?
abrir
I
o
just heard someone telling it a few days
jogando
ago in a
videogame
cafe.
só pra gastar a
If an old story
bateria,
like
eu
that is
também
still
sinto
being shared,
dificuldade de
then
trocar
Tales
lá.
of
Não sei o
Shariar
que que
must be even
acontece.
more popular.
Even if that is the case, I really don't carry that book here in my store.
What? Is that because of the academia's strict control over books in recent years? I can't believe they've allowed the people of Sumeru to become so uncivilized. How can they not know about the Tales of Shariar?
Tales of Shariar? Oh, wait! I think I heard an antique seller on the other end of Treasure Street mention that name before. I mean, it is a book from 100 years ago. Why don't you try asking for it there?
Tales of Shariar is considered an antique now? How could the academia have let such an excellent work of literature be forgotten like this? Traveler, Kale, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Let's meet at the antique sellers.
Madam, wait! Oh no, this is bad. You asked me why I'm scared of Madame Farazan, right? It's not because I don't know how to respond to her kindness. It's because I'm afraid of that ancient language she researches, because I can barely understand any of it. What if she uses ancient text as teaching material? Even so, what if researchers from 100 years ago like to use ancient languages in their books? We've got to catch up to her!
Agora tá interessante essa parte. Eu caí aqui do nada, né? Da onde que eu vim, não sei. Ah, eu tava planando, né? Acho que é por isso que eu caí.
Found it! The 5th volume of Tales of Shariar!
Wow, you actually found it.
I never thought this book would ever get sold.
All right, that's our teaching material secured. We also now know what to call this course. Analysis of classical texts.
Tem um jogo que eu tinha que guardado anos já, e tava vendendo que eu consegui, aí esse ano eu vendi do nada.
Take a look?
Eu achava que não queria vender aquele jogo.
Luckily, the language being used here isn't ancient at all. I can recognize a few words here and there. Huh? But why aren't there pictures in this book?
Sempre vai ter
As long as the
alguém.
writing is good, readers won't need any illustrations to imagine the scenes. Worry not. I shall thoroughly explain the difficult sections. You'll like this book. I know it. After all this time, I wonder if Aaliyah and Aziz ended up together.
Gostei da unha da cor da unha dela.
Sir, do you have the subsequent volumes of this series?
I don't think so.
Is that so? And here I thought I could finally read the ending. Never mind, I'll keep searching for the later volumes myself. If I'm to use it as a teaching material, it's better to start earlier in the series. Where are the first 4 volumes? Why aren't they all together?
I don't have those either. Actually, this is the only volume I have.
Is the series really that popular?
No. It's not popular at all. Rather, there's absolutely no demand for it.
No demand? Impossible. Back then, I'd come across at least 3 groups of people talking about it during a single stroll at the Academia.
Seriously? No one told me that this book was anything special when I first got it.
Where did you get this from? Can you still contact the seller?
I'm afraid not. This book was sold together with a whole bunch of antique furniture. I didn't even notice it initially. Otherwise, the Matra would have come knocking. Wait, is this book actually worth a lot? It can't be, right?
That's impossible. No matter how strict the Academia was, there's no way Tales of Shariar could have fallen into such a state.
I do remember a passerby skimming through the book a few days ago. However, he simply sighed and left.
He sighed? Why would he react like that? Given the quality of Tales of Shariar, he should have been entranced after a single glance. I'm sorry. Traveler, Kale, please give me a moment. I'd like to look through this book first. Why is there another misunderstanding between Aaliyah and Aziz? Also, why is there no mention of the Desert Gem at all? And a new character is introduced with no foreshadowing at all? Also, what are all these new names and terms? Is this really the Tales of Shariar I know?
Well, that passerby reacted in much the same way. It's Mada from the cafe over there. You know, the fellow who spends all day telling the legend of Antara. Since that's also a very old story, maybe he knows a thing or two about that, Tales of, whatever it's called.
Then let's go ask around at the cafe. Huh? Madame Farazan?
Huh? Oh, yes. Let's go.
Ai, velho, mó maluca essa senhora aí, velho, de 100 anos. Olha essa aqui, velho. Parece a galera que fica brigando por causa de gacha, velho.
Another day, another empty room.
Cada defendendo o seu.
But are you Mada?
Yes. Are you here to listen to my story?
Well, we actually came to ask about something else.
I see.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'm used to it, more or less. So, how can
Tá
this
legal
terribly
essa parte.
unpopular storyteller help you?
Do you know about Tales of Shariar?
Huh? Tales of Shariar? Why, I can barely remember the last time anyone talked about it. My master always talked about how incredibly popular that book used to be. However, I tried reciting a few chapters of it at the cafe, and I found that it's even less popular than the Legend of Antara.
Your master?
Yes, the one who taught me how to be a storyteller. He said that Tales of Shariar was written by his master's master's master. He also said that this great-great-grandmaster was an academia researcher, and that even the sages liked the series. He wrote 4 volumes back then, and the reviews just got better and better. You couldn't find a single person in Sumeru who hadn't read his books.
And then? What happened next? Why doesn't anyone know about Tales of Shariar now?
Oh, it's hard to tell when it comes to trends. One day everyone likes stories like that, and the next day their tastes change completely. Instead of writing a proper ending, this great-great-grandmaster kept trying to extend the story. To tap into popular trends, he added a lot of tropes. Then, starting from the 5th volume, the reviews started to go downhill.
How could that be? Then what happened to Tales of Shariar in the end?
In the end, there's no ending. The great-great-grandmaster tried to write a few more volumes, following whatever trends were popular at the time, but the trends kept changing right as he published his books. He got so infuriated that he stopped writing altogether and focused on his research instead.
What? So there's no ending? The readers didn't care?
By that time, only a very small number of people were reading Tales of Shariar. Anyway, my master probably exaggerated. How could a work possibly have been that popular? The only tangible thing my great-great-grandmaster left is the original draft of Legend of Antara. He also left behind many theses from his research phase. When my master talked about Legend of Antara, he'd even quote from those theses. My master is a much better storyteller than me. Even when we're telling the same story about Antara, he's always able to draw in a huge crowd. But even he won't recite Tales of Shariar due to its ever-changing writing style and its lack of an ending.
So, Antara's story is the one that lasted through the years.
Well, not even sages can definitively ascertain the quality of something like a story. In the end, only time can separate the classics from the fads.
Only time? Madame Farazan? It's been 100 years. Perhaps some things I once believed to be great aren't so after all.
Essa parte ficou legal até.
Yeah! Master helped me find a lot of famous books at first, but in the end, I realized that I couldn't get into them. No matter how good those stories are, I can't improve my skills if I can't bring myself to read them in the first place. I think the best books for me are the ones I like.
Huh. Indeed. That is true. Readers' interests and trends of a time are not things that are so easily predicted. What was popular 100 years ago could be completely forgotten in modern times, and yet 100 years, as far as history is concerned, is but a blink of an eye. If Tales of Shariar hadn't chased after trends and instead stuck to its original style from start to finish, it might have stood some chance of gaining renewed popularity. No, even if that didn't happen, at least it would be a work that was true to itself.
Huh? Our conversation just got a lot more serious.
I don't really get what you're talking about, but it does sound sensible. Looks like I also have to hang in there and tell Antara's story well.
How unseemly. I almost got carried away because of a single book. Well then, we should get back to the matter of our teaching material. It looks like we can't use Tales of Shariar now. No, it's much too old.
Oh.
Kale, you found a book that you liked at the bookstall, yes?
Yes, but I don't really...
Then we'll use that book as our teaching material. Now that I think about it, using a book that you like is the most suitable choice for teaching you how to read. As for the academia, as long as we come up with an appropriate course name, we should be able to get away with this. My, it sounds like you've dealt with the academia before. Let's go with that. Now then, let's return to the book vendor in a bit and buy the latest volume of this Onibudo for Kale. But if I wish to use it as teaching material, I have to read it first.
Huh?
Speaking of which, other than Third Eye of Perception and Illusory Mirror, I also espy some unfamiliar phrases from the reader's messages at the back of the book. Such things as, even if it reminds me of my dark history, I still can't help but be drawn in by the story. And the author has written all the things that I only dare whisper into a tree hollow. Why do people use dark history to refer to awkward or embarrassing memories? Is this some slang that was invented in the last century? If one of our learning objectives was researching linguistic changes over the past 100 years, it might make it easier to get these books approved as teaching material.
Oh, I can tell you what that's all about. Apparently, in their youth, some people used to imagine themselves as someone burdened by fate, fighting against the world, etc. But as they grew older, they started to become embarrassed by such memories. Some would write those fantasies into novels, while others would entrust such tales to tree hollows.
Mata? You know, I suddenly have the urge to hear a story about Antara.
Huh? Why so suddenly?
I knew it. There will always be people who love the golden oldies. Now, let me tell you all about the ancient hero, Antara.
Eu vou falar isso daqui, mas por mais que tenha sido legal esse finalzinho aqui, a fotinha não ficou muito boa. Concluiu. E o controle, como sempre, né, ajudando. Uau, velho. Peraí. 20. Tô vendo o bully agora no final já tem um tempo. Deixa eu ver aqui onde que tá a situation. Já tem uns dias que eu não venho aqui.
This realm is truly...
Tá quase cheio. Até que eu vim aqui essa semana, porque eu comprei. Vou pegar esse XP aqui, que eu vou precisar de muito. Só isso.
If you ever have any...
Saindo do bule de chá e relaxar. Vamos ver as missões que faltam aqui. Tem da Shinobu, pode ser interessante. Vou fazer umas bem chatinhas aqui, que eu acho que eu não vou curtir muito. Deixa eu ver. Ah, tá faltando poucas aqui, hein? Talvez do Gorou, não vai ser muito legal. Esse rapaz aqui que eu nem lembro se ele apareceu na história. Do Kaven, talvez eu goste. Vou fazer desse rapaz aqui, que eu nem lembro se ele aparece.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
É ali. Tem a conquistinha aqui. Calma aí. O que o Daniel me mandou aí? Agora que eu vi ali no
What if
canto.
the traveler is also unavailable? What am I supposed to do?
Well, that's your problem. It was your choice to get into this mess. Oh, but fortunately for you, it appears your savior has just arrived.
Ah, traveler. Great, you made it.
Well, it's not like you were ever really busy to begin with.
Songo? Compared to the traveler, you're the one who has too much free time.
No, I'm very busy. I'm busy standing here. I have to stand here all day.
Even if it's a commission you're unwilling to take, your excuse is just pathetic. Yes, that's why I've asked you to come over. Allow me to explain. A key member of the Tenryou Commission has recently gone missing. No one has seen them, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. The Tenryou Commission has entrusted us to find this person discreetly because it would be a hassle for them to look for this person openly for a variety of reasons. Their name is...
Kujosara. That's right. The general has gone missing.
If the general was really missing, the Tenryou Commission would have flipped Inazuma on its head by now. And do you think they would only commission us for a case like that? Please ignore Songo's nonsense, traveler. In fact, the missing person's name is Shikanoin Heizo. He works as a special detective at the police station. Although his rank is merely a doshin, he is quite competent and held in high regard by the police station.
Do they think he's more competent than me?
We get that you don't want to help Songo, but could you at least try not to make things more difficult here? Sorry, traveler. Even though I accepted the commission, as you can see, Songo's less than thrilled to be involved in this case.
Nope, not even close. If you really want to know why, it's because I absolutely refuse to deal with that brat's nonsense. The only news that could make me happier than Shikanoin has gone missing would be Shikanoin has been missing for 100 years.
Needless to say, Songo and Heizo have a bit of a history. Well, it's a little more serious than that. According to Songo, Heizo was an obstacle in her path to the Temple of Truth.
Like a yappy dog that was constantly in the way.
Even though Heizo has a unique personality, He's actually a nice guy. Really, I've learned a lot from him. So I can't just ignore this case, even if Songo doesn't approve. At the very least, I could entrust the commission to someone capable and trustworthy, like you, Traveler. Huh? No, it's not like that. Listen, I'll pay the entire amount originally promised by the Tenryou Commission, and I'll even personally throw in some additional funds. I'm really hoping you can take this commission, Traveler. If Heizo truly is in danger, I know he'll be safer with you by his side.
Eles tiraram a ideia de anime desse personagem?
Actually, we get along great, but Songo has always asked me to keep
Não
my
tinha
distance
atualizado
and
meu
not to
chat
act
aqui,
like I
velho.
know him in public settings. So, when people ask, I usually just say I've met Shikanoin a few times. If it hadn't been for today's incident, well, let's not get into that. Anyway, could you please help look for him? Well, that's about all I have to tell you. Oh, please take this commission letter from the police station. If you find Heizo, return there and report back to them.
Ai, tem fogo, velho. Não sei, mas ele é muito parecido, na minha visão. Ele tem muito cara de ogro.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Olha, achou alguma coisa. Vamos lá pegar isso. Já volto aí. O que é? Bem que aqui não, né? Mais pra baixo, isso, algum coisa aqui, ó. Que eu não fiz, velho.
Gotcha. Inazuma shines eternal.
Here comes the catch. Busted.
Tá perfeito aqui, velho. Eu vou pedir pra ele estar no piloto.
Time to shine. Illusion shattered.
Tá perfeito para me encerrar.
Torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Poxa, esse é daqueles que tem que apontar pra algum local, né, velho? Deixa eu ver aqui, se eu tenho que descobrir. Não, não, não cai não. Ah, não, velho. Ah, ele só acerta de cima. Deixa eu pegar lá. Uma coisa que eu não dava, será? É Shogun?
I trust you.
Eu deixo certinho lá o de cima, né? Ah, ele bagunçou o outro. Eu acho. Quando ele vai embora, ele bagunça. E aí? Ah, não, eu acho que vai dar certo. Deixa eu ver aqui. Ai, velho.
Shine down!
Não, quero ver. Aí ele tem que buscar aquele grama, né? Tem um grão pra cima. Não. grande pincel ali. Mas eu nem lembro se ativa esses grandes mesmo. Não rola, não rola. Pô, velho, eu tô passando. Não vai dar tempo por aqui. Porque no outro lado de cima não dá tempo. E aí, Betute? Agora que eu vi teu olho, velho. Tô tentando prestar atenção aqui qual que é o título aqui desse server, velho. Que tá me dando dor de cabeça. Vamos ver direito. Não é verdade. Deixa eu ver aqui. Tá, eu tenho que deixar isso ativado e quando ele mudar lá, eu pulo pro outro ali e arrumo. Eu acho que é isso. Fiz errado. Foi ali voltar aqui, né?
Cold beer after a hard day's work.
Só uma hora depois, né?
Nice. I'm starting to lose count.
Tava disso que ganhou. 10.000 anos depois. 10.000 anos depois. Beijo, foi muito útil. Muito obrigado pela sua ajuda.
Ready for anything.
Acho que foi por isso que eu tô atrás, né?
Oh, it's you, the captain of Swordfish 2? My name is Shibata. I'm in charge of the watch here.
May I inquire as to what the captain needs?
Geralmente a gente explorava aqui tudo junto, lembra, velho? Como é que era antigamente? A gente explorava tudo junto.
So his name is Shikanoin Heizo, huh? Yes, I'm familiar with the detective. He used to stroll around the area. Her Excellency had assigned me to keep a close eye on him at the time, fearing that he would do something unpleasant, but I eventually realized that he acted more like he was on a trip or something. Come to think of it, I believe he was recently spotted in the area east of the Sanganamiya Shrine. Please feel free to go there and take a look for yourself.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Aí, velho. O debut só falou um oi e não falou mais nada, velho. Ele tinha falado muito tempo, tava prestando maior atenção ali, velho. No puzzle eu nem vi. Tá.
Come on, you guys. I'm nothing but a poor tourist with empty pockets. Please, you can just let me go.
Dodge this and shut up, escape pod.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song! Here comes the catch.
To the fairy. To the fairy.
Insolent.
Well, well, look who it is. I was wondering who could be valiant enough to wipe the floor with these guys so easily. Turns out it was the distinguished traveler. Really, I can't thank you enough.
Caraca, velho, a gente já salva o cara de uma...
Of course I was aware of you long before you arrived in Inazuma. Though the Sakoku decree managed to keep the country locked up, it wasn't able to stop the incredible stories about you. Every day, all of those little stories would come scurrying over to my desk, like files with little feet. I was actually thinking about going to meet you once I wrapped up the business at hand. Who would have guessed that you'd show up first? I got so excited I nearly forgot to introduce myself. The name's Shikanoin Heizo, Special Detective of the Tenryou Commission. It's a pleasure to meet you, traveler. I wish you all the best on your journey through Teyvat, by the way.
Como assim, velho? Provavelmente esse encontro é de antes, né, velho? Com certeza, velho. Provavelmente foi na época que ele deve ter sido lançado.
I guess that means I've taken over as the main character in your story today. I've always heard that you take commissions from all kinds of people, helping everyone out with everything you can imagine. So now it's my turn to take your help, huh? Don't mind if I do. That was already obvious to me. It's no coincidence that you've arrived here. Because that would be the stuff of an epic novel. The two protagonists of the story both travel to Watatsumi Island by chance and cross paths as if by fate. The traveler from afar heroically rescues the weak and defenseless detective from the clutches of the ruthless Nobushi. Traveler, you are so dreamy. Unfortunately, though, I don't believe in coincidences. So, guessing you came to me on the police station's commission, didn't you? I'm a detective. Can you guess what gave it away? Sounds like you already have some ideas about the work of a detective. Let me ask you this. What's that your little sidekick is holding? If I'm not mistaken, it's a commission letter from the police station.
What? Paimon's just here to take a look. And hey, who are you calling a little sidekick? Paimon was worried he might be in danger, so Paimon came to help. Why are you two staring at Paimon? Is Paimon not supposed to be here?
Yeah, I'm also just taking a look.
He can look, but you can't.
Oh, come on. Don't be like that. After all, this is the first time I've seen a voice. I must admit, I'm most intrigued.
Huh? Voice? What are you talking about?
A vision is an external magical focus, right? Well, similarly, a voice is an external voice box. I've heard that the Traveler isn't very talkative, but given how chatty you are, you must be his voice, right?
That sounds awful! Paimon's not somebody's voice! Paimon's emergency food! Wait! Oh, Paimon's so upset she can't think straight! Paimon is Paimon! How dare you give Paimon such a terrible nickname? We came here to rescue you, but you actually opened the cage yourself. You were only pretending to be captured by the Nobushi, weren't you? Pretty suspicious if you ask Paimon. Come out with it, mister. What kind of schemes are you up to?
Sheesh. For someone who says they don't want to be a voice, you sure do talk a lot. Well, let me think for a moment. Yes, all this started a long time ago, during the war. Kujo Takayuki, who was head of the Tenryou Commission at the time, had secretly asked me to investigate the military capabilities of Sangonomiya. But I had already grown tired of the guy for a while, so I simply treated the trip as a paid vacation. I had heard that Watatsumi Island is really beautiful. As for the mission, I thought I'd just come up with some random excuses or whatever when I reported back. But guess what? The first night I arrived on Watatsumi Island, I had a dream. The dream contained only one message, an echo resounding from the depths of the earth that kept ringing in my ears, saying, "Something vital is missing on this island." Isn't that bizarre? Something vital has gone missing on this island. Has something evaporated into thin air? What could it be?
Paimon bets it must be something delicious. You know, because the soil of Watatsumi Island can't grow crops. There's a shortage of food here.
Oh. Food, huh? How about you, Traveler? What do you think is missing? You mean the Great Serpent? Well, that's an interesting answer. But the Electro Archon hasn't abandoned this place. Interestingly, I didn't have the same dream again after I left this place, so I became even more intrigued. Was this really just some random dream? Some people believe that dreams represent the Divine's helping hand, which I suppose is understandable. However, if you ask me, dreams have nothing to do with the gods. Instead, they are flashes of intuition. It was my intuition telling me that there was something important about this island that, poof, suddenly vanished. So I decided to accept this little commission from my intuition and investigate to see if I could come up with any compelling findings. Unfortunately, the investigation has had little progress up to this point.
Caramba.
Who knows? I felt there was something peculiar about them, so I pretended to get captured to see if there were any leads that would surface. And that's when you showed up. Nah, don't worry about it. These guys were just a bunch of small fries. Besides, your arrival is much more important to me. I have a feeling you can help me find the answer to my dream. So how would you like to partner up on this one? We can work together to solve the mystery. Yes, of course, I understand. But let me ask one more question. Did the police station say they are looking for me because of something important? Well, then it's probably nothing major. Most likely they're short on staff or something petty like that, and they happen to remember their model employee. So since we're already here, why don't we just solve this puzzle together? Once everything is settled, I'll gladly accompany you back to the police station, or anywhere else you'd like to go. What do you think?
Nossa, quanta coisa grande.
Someone concerned about my safety? Then it must be Ryuji, right? I suppose if you insist. All right. I'll accompany you back to the police station first. We can discuss the issue of Watatsumi Island later.
Barbados, guide us.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Oh, look who showed up. Hey, Zo, you're finally back. Listen, if you took any longer to come back, everyone at the police station would be toast.
You say that every time I come back, Uesugi. However, something does feel a little unusual about the police station this time.
Come on, would I ever lie to you? Madame Kujo-Sara is here, and she's on the warpath, so be on the lookout.
What's that lady doing here?
Doshin Shikanoin, I see you finally returned. Please, enlighten us. What have you been doing recently?
Okay. I was just out investigating a case.
Don't give me that. I checked the records here. You didn't take any cases.
Actually, it's a case of personal relevance to me. These two can attest to that.
Traveler? Paimon, what are you two doing here?
We're the ones who brought Hazel back.
Brought him back? Can someone please explain?
Well, Madame Kujo-Sara, because we couldn't locate Doshin Shikanoin, we commissioned Detective Ryuji from the detective agency. Shortly after, Ryuji returned to tell us, that he had given the commission to the Traveler, and then...
It used to be that the Tenryo Commission assisted others with disappearances, but it seems these days others are now assisting us. You've done it this time, Shikanoin. I think I've really seen it all.
I mean, is it really so unusual for officers and citizens to assist one another?
Yeah, it was kind of weird, but it was definitely an investigation. He even pretended to be captured by Nobushi and treasure hoarders.
Oh? Is that so? Well, since you are testifying for him, I suppose I won't ask any more questions. But since you're here, I have an extra favor to ask. I'd like you to be Shikanoin's temporary supervisor. It'll be your duty to ensure that he handles his case properly. and that he doesn't disappear and neglect his work again. I'll be sure that the police station prepares the appropriate compensation.
Oh, yes, Traveler. I'm sure we'd all really appreciate it.
Hazel seems to be happy with the idea.
You should thank the Traveler this time, Doshin Shikanoin. Otherwise, I don't think I would have let you off so easily. Here, take this letter of complaint. It's written against you. Please consider carefully what to do with it. I do not wish to see another one. Understood?
Huh? Someone filed a complaint? That can't be right. Why would there be a complaint letter?
You must not be doing your job properly, and now you're attracting complaints.
No, it really doesn't add up. You two don't get it. Although Madame Kujo-Sara just made some harsh remarks, we all know that Heizo-senpai is a real whiz when it comes to cracking cases. He's the biggest asset in our team. Several leaders have risen through the ranks as a result of his achievements. He's definitely no slacker.
Then he must have gotten himself into some kind of trouble.
Well, let me see what's the deal here. Oh, and since you agreed to be my temporary supervisor, you'll find the desk where new case files are kept right over there. Would you mind helping me check what cases I need to deal with? Of course, but first I have to confirm what's going on, and whether or not the letter's legit. Please, have a look at the case files first.
Wutheringwaves agora vai dar pra mudar o protagonista. Tu viu, Aline? Parece que os caras me ouviram.
Who would give a dog such a strange name?
Esqueci de comentar.
Hazel talks fraud. What's that? Sounds it?
Tem 3 aqui. Tem mais um. Vou deixar mais um desse lado.
What? Not him again.
So, have you gone through the case files? Is there anything that caught your eye?
Não sei se vai poder trocar uma vez só. Pô, não prestei atenção direito no que estava escrito nos livros.
I'm afraid this won't be an easy task. I was hoping I wouldn't have to drag you into this, but it's just occurred to me that with your help, I might be able to wrap up this problem.
Alright then, tell us about the complaint letter.
It's from Sango, the president of Bantan Sango Detective Agency. I assume you've met her before? You can say that. Sango's complaint letter accuses me of abusing my power for personal gain and blatantly concealing the truth behind the Ryuji case from years ago. Seriously, do I really seem like the type of person who'd do that?
Concealing the truth? That definitely sounds like something you would do.
Hey, don't judge a book by its cover, alright? Let's just go to the detective agency and talk to Sango. We'll need to speak with her to get to the bottom of this.
Ontem eu joguei de noite. Entrei bem tarde. Fiquei jogando por umas horinhas lá.
There is no escape!
Daquele modo, se tu pegar as metáforas corretas lá, dá pra passar, não é tão difícil. Mesmo que tu esteja com nível mais baixo. Porque eles te bufam muito se tu escolher o correto.
Welcome back, Mr. Heizo. I'm glad you're all right. How about some tonkatsu? You must have missed the taste of home after so long.
Maybe next time, Ryuji. Seems like somebody's been expecting me. And I'm afraid they're only gonna be disappointed once again.
Well, well, look who it is. The great Detective Heizo. What nonsense were you talking about just now? I've been worried about you, you know. So much so that I took the trouble to write that heartfelt letter to the Tenryou Commission. Well, was it sufficiently flattering for you?
Uh-oh, they're at it again.
Let's not waste the traveler's time, Sango. Just tell me, what do you want?
Fine by me. My request is simple. Disclose all the details of the Ryuji case. It's time you stop hiding the truth and let me investigate it thoroughly.
First of all, that case has already been solved. Second, I've disclosed everything the police station has on the case. And third...
Enough! You can only fool Ryuji with that. If you don't want to cooperate, I can assure you that I will write more letters to the headquarters of the Tenryou Commission. I will not give up on this case.
Wait! Hold on! Can someone please explain what's going on here? Paimon doesn't have a clue what you two are talking about.
Não entendi nada, Paulo.
All right, let me explain. Several years ago, a terrible murder took place in the police station. I was still working at the Tenryou Commission then, and the victim was actually my dear boss. Due to various factors, I was deemed to be the top suspect, which is why it's called the Ryuji case. Also, Heizo wasn't a part of the police station back then. He was a detective at the agency. Which at the time was called the Bonton Sango and Heizo Detective Agency.
Huh? That's crazy! But, wait. Then why did Heizo leave?
After the incident, I was quickly convicted and sent to prison. Fortunately, Sango then promptly proved my innocence and caught the real murderer.
But that murderer was actually just a dummy to throw us off, am I right, Detective Shikanoin?
Sango thought that everything went smoothly, so much so that she suspected the real murderer was someone else. Of course, Detective Heizo was also helping with the investigation, but after a long time, he still came up empty-handed. Later on, he decided to join the police station to continue his investigation on the inside, which is why he left the detective agency.
Ha! That's what I thought too. I was foolish enough to believe that Detective Shikanoin and I shared a common goal. But I was wrong about him. He has no sense of loyalty at all. He just wanted to become an official as a means of gaining fame and fortune.
Come on, stop exaggerating. Let me set the record straight here. First, I joined the police station long after that murder case happened. It had nothing to do with any inside investigation. That's just somebody's wishful thinking. Second, purely out of curiosity, I did investigate the case later from within the police station. My conclusion was that the suspect Sango had caught was in fact the real murderer. And lastly, when Sango didn't buy my conclusion and asked me to disclose all related case files from the police station, I did exactly as she asked. I didn't hide anything.
He's lying right through his teeth.
That's it. I want this to end once and for all. Since the Traveler's my supervisor today, they have complete access to all the police station's files. If he's willing to help re-examine the case and arrives at the same conclusion that I did, then you won't have to doubt me anymore.
Whoa. Huh?
Unless you don't trust the Traveler. Come on, say it.
It's not about whether the Traveler's trustworthy. I'm just wondering if you will interfere somehow.
The thought never even crossed my mind.
You have to swear that you will not mislead the Traveler by any means, and let him investigate the truth on his own.
No problem. Cross my heart, hope to die.
Well, Traveler, Are you willing to help
Porque
me
ela
with
come
this?
muito?
Will you agree to re-examine
Insustentável?
the Ryuji case and find the truth? You can bill me later for however much you'd like as
Ai,
compensation.
mano.
Sango, really? However much they want?
Money is valuable, no doubt. But pursuing the truth is the reason I started this agency. The Ryuji case is the only case I failed to solve.
Verdade.
I am willing to give you anything. All right. I'm counting on you, Traveler. You hear that, Detective Shikanoin? Ha! Now we just need to wait and see.
All right, I got it. No need to keep yammering like that. You'll scare the kids next door. Come on, let's go back to the police station.
Illusion shattered!
Ai, mano, engraçado esse nome, velho. Do nada, captei o bico por causa dessa rotinha dela aí. Foi muito engraçado, velho, quando ela usa esse negócio de detetive, mas essa parte foi meio chata. Foi engraçado, mas meio chato ao mesmo tempo. Pior de tudo que ela usou de novo depois, né?
I need to go to the archives to get the case files. For now, why don't you go and chat with Yoriki Owada over there? He worked on this case too back in the day. No, you misunderstand. It's not that I want you to look into this. It's just that you're the only one who can. You're the only one I can think of who Sango would ever believe. She trusts in both your qualities and abilities, so I hope your findings can finally convince her and put an end to this whole thing. Sure, she's just writing complaint letters for now, but who knows what she'll do in the future. Alright, I'll go get those case files. You go ahead and talk to Yoriki Owada for a while.
Oh, hello there. The Ryuji case. So you want to reinvestigate that one? That was several years ago now, but I still remember it clearly. It's pretty hard to forget something like that. Especially when the victim was the head of this police station. His name was Takatsukasa Isamu, the younger brother of Takatsukasa Susumu, head of the Takatsukasa clan. He was really one of a kind. Decisive, brave, and smart. He was much younger than me, and already had quite a reputation. I'm sure he would have gone far in the Tenryou Commission, if only he was still alive. What a shame. Who would have guessed someone was plotting against him? People will believe anything they hear. Everyone in the police station knew that Ryuji saw Takatsukasa Isamu like a father. Ryuji was an orphan, you know. Before he joined the station, he had been taking odd jobs here and there. It was Isamu who really took him under his wing. Ryuji was simple and not particularly bright, but he was very loyal to those who treated him well. He's also hard-working. Isamu must have seen these qualities in him and decided to keep Ryuji by his side. Ryuji worked with him for years after that, and was even promoted to be his personal assistant. Do you really think Ryuji would do anything to harm him?
So, then why was Ryuji convicted? Even Paimon can tell that's a mistake.
Well, here comes the interesting part of the case. Within a week, and before all the loose ends had even been tied up, Ryuji received his conviction. Moreover, it was signed by Madame Kujo Sara.
What? Why would Sara do something like that?
I'm getting older now, and my eyesight is poor. I can't see too clearly anymore.
Hey, come on, Yoriki Owada, there's nothing to see. It's obvious that the Kujo clan did it.
You can't just go around saying things like that, Wisuki. Those were just hearsay. There was no evidence.
That's not true. Traveler, you may be unaware that the Takatsukasa clan has always been assisting the Kujo clan in the Tenryou Commission. But who doesn't want to be the boss, right? And Takatsukasa Isamu was the key figure for the Takatsukasa clan to bring down the Kujo clan. At that time, no one was held in higher regard than Isamu. So, naturally, the Kujo clan saw him as a potential threat. Kujo Takayuki must have been planning it all along, that rascal. Takayuki is able to control the Takatsukasa clan as long as he's in power. But by the time he retires, Isamu would have been at the apex of his political power, while Masahito and Kamaji of the Kujo clan would still have been too young. The two of them wouldn't stand a chance against Isamu. You think Kujo Takayuki would simply sit back while Isamu gained traction? So he decided to strike first.
You youngsters and your conspiracy theories.
No, it's true. It's the only way to explain it. Otherwise, why would an impartial person like Madame Kujo-Sara sign Ryuji's conviction so quickly? They had to find a scapegoat to pacify the Takatsukasa clan, so Kujo Takayuki must have told her to sign it immediately. I'm not accusing Madame Kujo-Sara of anything, mind you. I respect her very much. But maybe she had no other choice.
What do you know? I'm sure Madame Kujo-Sara must have had her own reasons. The guy was a forensic expert who worked in the station named Shiroyama. I have to admit, he wasn't easy to track down. That Sango really is something, though. She caught him without even breaking a sweat. It turned out that after poisoning Isamu, Shiroyama secretly took the poison to Ryuji's place in order to frame him. Later on, the poison was also found in the forensic office, but that was already after Shiroyama's death. He confessed everything in a testament.
That's right. He hung himself in the forensic office not long after Sango was on his trail. Probably because he knew it was only a matter of time before he would be caught. Of course, he didn't admit whether he had been prompted by Kujo Takayuki. He took the responsibility alone. I bet Kujo Takayuki promised him a sizable compensation. After all, Shiroyama had a family to feed.
There you go again, pulling conclusions out of thin air. There wasn't any evidence of that at all.
Listen, I can almost guarantee that it was the Takatsukasa clan who invited Sango to investigate. We all knew that Ryuji was just a scapegoat. You think the Takatsukasa clan wouldn't figure that out? They're not stupid. So, they were suspicious of the Kujo clan and invited Sango to take the case. However, the Kujo clan were still a step ahead and were able to remove themselves from the situation before the whole thing blew up. They drove Shiroyama to take all the blame as well as his own life. A perfectly clean cut for the Kujo clan. With Shiroyama dead, there was no one left to testify. Even the Electro Archon herself wouldn't be able to do anything.
You make up stuff faster than a politician. It's a wonder nobody's asked you to be an advisor yet.
Hey, that's their loss.
The whole thing is starting to sound complicated.
Hey, I brought the files. I bet you got quite an earful just now, huh? But don't believe everything they say. After all, people can tell you anything, and it's hard to separate truth from rumors without facts. So what really matters is the case files. Everything laid out here is all that the police station has about the case. Please, take a look. Remember, you may find many clues during an investigation, but not all of them are useful. And in some cases, the clues you will find will not only be useless, but downright misleading. Also, if a clue cannot corroborate anything on its own, you can always compare it with other clues, and maybe then you'll find what you're looking for. Okay, that should just about do it. I'm looking forward to your results.
Hold on. What actually counts as a result?
Usually, you need to find two things from these clues: a proven motive and proven means. Once you can confirm these two things, the criminal can be proven guilty. All right, you can go ahead and get started now. I look forward to hearing your verdict. So, what did you find? Have you come to a conclusion? Sure. Let me know once you've made some progress.
Come to think of it, Shiroyama was a forensic doctor. He could easily pull off something like this.
Caraca.
Yikes! He ate all kinds of stuff.
O que tá falando?
A synthetic toxin? What's that?
Deixa eu ver com esse pouco de informação se eu já consigo progredir em algo.
So, what did you find? Have you come to a conclusion? Sure. Let me know once you've made some progress.
Wow, Ryuji's conviction really was signed by Kujo-Sara. But now we know she had it wrong. Huh? That's weird. There's nothing here. This must be some of the false information that Hazel told us to look out for.
So, what did you find? Have you come to a conclusion? Sure. Let me know once you've made some progress.
Vou prestar atenção às que eu já vi, né? Já li essa. Mas também é a mesma coisa.
Wow.
Deixa eu ver aqui o outro. Não, esse eu já vi também. Os que eu já li tinha que dar pra pular também.
Tsukasa Isamu seems like a thoughtful person, but something about the tone sounds weird.
Eu acho que eu já vi todos. Eu deveria ter ido na ordem.
So, what did you... Really? You found the criminal's motive and means that quickly? Awesome. All right, let's talk about the motive first. What clue reveals the criminal's motive? Although the conviction states that Shiroyama grew to resent Takatsukasa Isamu due to work conflicts, it's not detailed enough for us to understand the motive. Perhaps you should give it some more thought. Sure. Let me know once you've made some progress.
Caraca, velho. Tinha prestado atenção até upado o coraçãozinho até o final agora pra perder.
Yikes! Hey, this is the key to proving that Shiroyama was the murderer, right? That is, if he was telling the truth, of course.
Então ele envenenou o cara.
So, what did you find? Really? You found the criminal... Although Shiroyama's testament contains the confession of his motive, Ryuji's testimony cannot prove it. Perhaps you should give it some more thought. Just Shiroyama's testament? Though it does have the confession of his motives, this alone is not enough. He could have been lying. We need evidence to prove what he said is true. Perhaps you should give it some more thought. Excellent work! According to the victim's message, the two had deep conflicts. Although we cannot confirm whether the poison had been requested by the victim or not, it is true that Isamu used Shiroyama's family to blackmail him. Such circumstances could be enough motive for Shiroyama to commit the crime.
But wasn't Takatsukasa Isamu good to Shiroyama? He even went to Shiroyama's house to bring health supplements. But maybe he didn't really bring health supplements. Maybe it was something bad.
Is that what you think, Paimon? Well, we later found out that what Takatsukasa Isamu sent to Shiroyama's house was indeed health supplements. But if you consider the circumstances, what he sent wasn't important. What was important is that sending the supplements was actually a dangerous signal. Isamu was essentially implying, I can put anything in your wife's supplements at any time. If you really care about her safety, then get me what I want.
So scary! Your assumption sounds like a real threat. You're not really that dark inside, are you?
You don't really catch criminals by standing in the light, do you? Basically, these two clues work to verify each other, and the murderer's motive is confirmed. Now, all that's left is the means of the crime. Next, which clue confirms the criminal's means? So, what did you find? Have you come to a conclusion? Bingo! The autopsy report confirms that the cause of death was a special toxin. The testament indicates that Shiroyama used his position as a forensic expert to mix the toxin into the cold medicine taken by the deceased. But is that really the truth?
No.
Is it not possible that the toxin was mixed into the fish liver paste? Well, according to the toxicology report, this white powder only dissolves in water. Neither rice nor the fish liver paste could be used as a carrier of the toxin. The cold medicine was the only option. Putting the poison elsewhere would not only fail to guarantee a lethal dose, but would also increase the chance of it being noticed by the deceased. Therefore, the means is also confirmed.
Add that to the motive for the crime and... Whoa! So the murderer really was Shiroyama!
Yep, pretty clear cut, wouldn't you say? Look, I really don't know what Sango is so suspicious about.
Yeah, it's pretty clear cut. Huh. You could say it's almost too clear cut.
Oh? Well, let's hear them. Maybe I have answers. What's bugging you? maybe the report was wrong. The International Trade Association is a gathering place for merchants from all over. Countless merchants pass through the port of Rito every day. It's natural for there to be a couple of missing records here or there. Very nice. Top marks for attention to detail. It doesn't have any real bearing on the case, but let me explain how that works for you. So, why would Madame Kujo-Sara sign one conviction sentencing Ryuji to temporary incarceration awaiting trial, and another conviction sentencing Shiroyama to death? You may have heard some rumors back at the station that when this case first came up, the Kujo clan higher-ups were in dire need of a scapegoat to keep the Takatsukasa clan off their backs. And poor Ryuji became the successful candidate. In less than a week, the conviction was drafted, sent to Madame Kujo-Sara, and signed. Allegedly, she knew what it was about as soon as she saw it, and signed it with no questions asked. But anyone who buys this story clearly doesn't know that much about Madame Kujo-Sara. She's the most principled person in the entire Tenryou Commission, for goodness sake. So, how would she respond to a case filled with unanswered questions and no confession from the suspect?
Oh, you mean...
Exactly. Before she signed it, she changed Ryuji's conviction from the death sentence to temporary incarceration. Ryuji escaped a disastrous fate without ever realizing it. Had Madame Kujo-Sara not changed his sentence, Sanga would have been seeking justice for a dead man.
Why was Sara so lenient with Ryuji?
That's the wrong question. This wasn't about Ryuji, but Madame Kujo-Sara's principles. The conviction could have been for a Ryuji, a Guji, heck, even a Tanuki, and she would have made the same decision. Given the enormous pressure she was under at the time, I'd say she did the most she could. Don't you think?
Pressure? Really? Was someone higher up putting pressure on Sara?
The pressure came from all sides. The deceased was the leader of the police station and the rising star of the Takatsukasa clan. All eyes were on this case. How this became reduced to the unimaginative rumor that Madame Kujo-Sara convicted Ryuji under pressure from her superiors, I have no idea.
Ugh. Rumors here, conspiracy theories there. Lies at every turn.
Fortunately, Madame Kujo-Sara works in an open and transparent manner and pays no heed to rumors like this. She just rolls her eyes and forgets all about them. Just because she has never publicly clarified the truth doesn't mean she was hiding anything. So when I asked her about it, saying it was relevant to a case I was working on, she just told me how it was. Believe me, in this case, more than any other, I have checked every last detail.
Eu acho que o Nick já foi. O pessoal fica pulando de transmissão em transmissão, velho. E dando um oi e não fala mais nada.
Maybe someone doesn't want us being privy to the contents inside, or maybe Shiroyama tore a bunch of pages out by accident.
Pelo
But
menos não
regardless,
entendi a
this
página, né?
isn't essential to the case. Like I said before, a lot of what comes up in an investigation is irrelevant information. The crucial elements are Shiroyama's motive and means, which we have established. Well, I've answered all your lingering questions, and you've checked all the material the police station has, so what do you think? Case closed?
Paimon still feels like something doesn't add up. But then again, Heizo did give us all the files the police station had. Ugh, this is annoying.
I don't follow. Enlighten me.
Right! Why do you keep emphasizing police station every single time?
You tell me. Why do I keep emphasizing police station every time? So we're finally here, huh? I was starting to think our investigation was about to end a little early. That would have been a real shame. And alive, you finally saw through my little game. You're absolutely right. There is other information that the police station doesn't have. Reason being? It's my own evidence. And this evidence should help answer a couple of your questions more clearly. Why was the research log from the Office of Forensic Science blank? And where did the white powder come from?
Aha! Paimon knew you were keeping secrets!
Don't you have secrets too?
No. Nope. Definitely not.
Let's talk somewhere else. This isn't the best place for this discussion.
Encontre um lugar calmo. Acho que é o lugar calmo.
Take it easy.
This is a quiet spot. Let's talk here. All right. Here's the secret I've been keeping all along. The torn out pages from the research log of the Office of Forensic Science.
Great! But Paimon can't believe you kept this a secret all this time!
It's not like you think.
Pessoal
I
chatão.
wasn't the one who tore out the pages. Look, just read it over first.
A fotinha do Nick, deixa eu ver o que era. Velho, como que é o nome dela? Eu esqueci, velho. É a Glyn com a roupinha do Mago do Abismo, que da hora, velho. Tu viu ali? Agora que eu vi.
Finished? Do you see now? The method used by the perpetrator to commit his crime wasn't by putting the white powder in the cold medicine.
Esse pessoal, viu?
That's correct. The white powder was Shiroyama's invention. As a forensic doctor, he provided a special cold medicine for Takatsukasa Isamu. The autopsy report showed that this medicine contained a high volume of acidic fruit and vegetable extracts. Then, he tricked Ryuji into sending fish liver paste to Takatsukasa Isamu. When the two substances were taken together, a toxic dose of the substance formed in his body. This is the real modus operandi.
Oh, that's awful! One was medicine, and the other was an expensive nutritional supplement. Both completely harmless.
True, both are harmless on their own, but when combined, poof, that's it. It was not him who wanted to hide it, but the person pulling the strings behind him.
Huh. You mean there was someone else pulling the strings?
Aren't you curious where I found these pages from the research log? It was in Kujo Takayuki's secret warehouse. After I found the missing pages, I did some digging around and found out that Shiroyama had worked for Kujo Takayuki before joining the police station. The Kujo clan secretly provided Shiroyama with funds to study forensic science. I guess you could say that Kujo Takayuki's investment paid dividends in this case. Of course, I had only learned all of this after the Vision Hunt decree came to an end. Kujo Takayuki had lost his grip on power, and the Tenryou Commission was undergoing a general reshuffle. To avoid coming under suspicion, Madame Kujo-Sara put me in charge of building a case against Kujo Takayuki. I found a huge stash of fish liver paste in his secret warehouse. Nothing hugely incriminating about that, of course, but I still took the trouble to open each and every package until finally, I had to concede that this really was just a huge stash of fish liver paste. But then, underneath the floor tiles, where the fish liver paste was stacked, I found a secret compartment with this torn-off research report lying inside.
So it was him who wanted to frame Ryuji all along. What a nasty piece of work.
Let's review the whole case from the top. First, Takatsukasa Isamu, for whatever reason, noticed Shiroyama's talent as a forensic doctor and asked him to develop a special poison on his behalf. But Shiroyama was already working for the Kujo clan, so he refused. Takatsukasa Isamu wasn't about to take no for an answer, and that's where things took a dark turn. He twisted Shiroyama's arm by making a veiled threat to harm his family. All Shiroyama could do was to secretly report everything to Kujo Takayuki. When Takayuki learned what was happening, he instructed Shiroyama to pretend to cooperate with Takatsukasa Isamu, then kill the latter with the white powder once it was fully developed. Meanwhile, Ryuji's only role in this case was to deliver the fish liver paste to Takatsukasa Isamu on Shiroyama's orders, completely unaware of the fact that he was being used as a pawn and that this was a key ingredient needed to create the poison. After the incident, Kujo Takayuki hoped to make Ryuji the fall guy, until the death sentence was stalled when it reached Madame Kujo-Sara. In the meantime, Sango had begun her own investigation. Kujo Takayuki grew nervous that the truth would get out, so he threw Shiroyama to the wolves, hounding him to death and erasing all traces of contact between the two. And yet, he wanted to keep this secret formula, so he hid it. Greedy guy, that Takayuki. He must have wanted to have it on hand just in case he needed to employ it again in the future, and make someone else disappear.
This Kujo Takayuki is an evil lunatic! We've got to report this to A. Whatever his current punishment is, it needs to be 10 times worse!
That would be practically impossible. One research log found in his warehouse doesn't prove anything. Even I can think of 100 excuses. Besides, Ryuji directly contributed to Takatsukasa Isamu's death by delivering the fish liver paste to him. The fact that he was unaware of the true nature of the situation doesn't matter.
But he's still innocent, right? Isn't it just a coincidence? Paimon really doesn't get how the law works.
Legally speaking, the judge would most likely rule that it was accidental. But in practice, Ryuji may still have to end up shouldering some responsibility.
So basically, you've been hiding the truth all this time to protect Ryuji.
Mental trauma doesn't heal as easily as physical wounds. My biggest worry is that Ryuji would struggle to cope if he knew the truth. He's like an innocent child. He freely gives his trust and his love to everyone that treats him well. That's why he thought of Takatsukasa Isamu as a father figure. I'm pretty sure that to this day, he has never paused to wonder whether Takatsukasa Isamu was actually a good person, or if Sango just hired him as a gopher, or why I left the detective agency. If he found out the facts about Takatsukasa Isamu, I'm afraid it would crush him. Well, as you can see, I'm a little less confident than people might think. To prevent Ryuji from getting hurt, I covered up the truth. But by doing so, have I held him back? Did I do the right thing? I couldn't turn to anyone for help, and everyone around me thinks I'm so smart that I should just be able to handle every case on my own. Even if I tried to discuss it with them, they'd just say, "Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Heizo, no problem's too difficult for you." But you're different. Unlike them, you don't have that kind of prejudice towards me. You've traveled far and wide and have had all kinds of experiences. It must have taught you a lot. Most importantly, my intuition tells me that you're someone special, that I can trust you and that you can help me. Right? So, I'd like you to be the one to decide whether we should expose the truth or not. Oh, you don't need to tell me what you decide, and you certainly don't need to decide right now. Let's just say I'm leaving this teensy tiny matter up to you. All right, let's head back to the detective agency. You can mull it over on the way. Once you've made up your mind, just tell Ryuji and Sango your verdict.
Olha lá mesmo, né? Mó grande que encontra aqui só pra fazer um primeiro final. Eu devo ter escolhido logo que cara mais comprido, velho. Só pode.
Hey, Traveler. Hey, Detective Heizo. You're back already, huh? I bet you're tired. Well, I just bought some tonkatsu. Care to join me? There's plenty for everyone.
We'd love to. But wouldn't you like to hear the results of our investigation first?
No matter what you were able to find, it's all in the past and won't ever change. So I think we'd better chow down first. Besides, if Sango's not happy with the results, we might not have anything to eat later.
Come on, Ryuji, pipe down. Let's hear the Traveler's conclusion first.
Okay then. Over to you, Heizo and Traveler.
Don't worry, just tell us your findings. Everyone trusts you, as do I.
Well, what do you know? I suspected that was the case. Please rest in peace, Master Takatsukasa.
No, impossible! Traveler, are you sure you checked every last file, carefully?
Velho, tô muito perto disso não. Mas...
No, you little... Shikanoing Heizo! You didn't pull any shenanigans on the Traveler, did you?
Sango, no accusations without evidence, remember?
The truth is out and the case is closed, Sango. Please don't send any more of your harassment letters to the Tenryo Commission. Well, I really owe it to you, Traveler. I'll be sure to properly thank you later. Until then, see ya.
Hey! You're not going anywhere!
Provavelmente já vai ter um final bem próximo aqui.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities.
Hey, Traveler! Hey, Detective Hazo!
But how? How could this be?
Huh. So, that's what really happened?
Ryuji, I know it's hard to accept, but...
Wait a minute. Sorry, I have quite the stomachache. Sango, can I take the day off?
Sure, of course. Take the week if you need it.
Oh, Paimon hopes Ryuji will be okay.
I didn't expect things to turn out like this.
Just give him some time to himself. I think he'll eventually come to accept it.
I'm still a little worried, though. What if he doesn't come to work tomorrow?
Then we'll go to him. Don't you worry about that, Sango. You need some time to process all of this, too.
Espere até o dia seguinte, das 8 ao meio-dia.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Pegou ali nessa geminha aí no evento lá do Royal Lab que te leva pro Web Event. Caramba, tá difícil o controle, não é?
Ah, you're here. Don't worry. Ryuji came earlier this morning. I guess he can handle a lot more than I had thought. I was honestly worried he'd suffer a breakdown. But as of today, it seems
Veio a
he'll be fine.
notificação aqui para pegar o check-in do dia e quando eu cliquei nele apareceu lá um evento da Maverick Web. Eu só entrei lá, fiz um check-in, já ganhei 60
He
gems.
went over to Natsuke Nogen Crafts to buy something.
Let's go find him then. Shall we?
Oh.
Before you go, Hazo, I kind of understand now what you meant when you left.
Oh, really? I'm happy to hear you say that.
3 dias vai liberar mais um.
Time to find Ryuji.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
Tá falando que daqui 3 dias vai ter mais uma parte. Se eu lembrar, né, de entrar lá. Pra fazer.
Look! There's Ryuji! With a little kid, too! Is he buying our toys? Uncle Ryuji, was my daddy handsome? I've never seen what he looked like.
Of course. Takatsukasa Isumu was a very handsome man. Also, it's not uncle. Call me brother.
But you look so old.
Well, I'm still your brother.
Huh? How come?
Because he treated me like a son.
Huh? Who are you guys?
We're friends with your big brother Ryuji, and with your father too.
Oh, really? Yay! I've met loads of my daddy's friends today. Can you tell me some stories about him? I really want to hear them.
Sure. Why, I know enough stories about your old man that if I started talking now, you'd be all grown up before I finished them.
Wow, that's amazing! Well, I don't want to grow up too soon then. Maybe when I'm 100. No, 200 years old. No, 300 years old. Yep, I'm gonna wait until I'm 300 years old before I become a grown-up, so that I can make sure I finish all the stories first.
Welcome to Netsuke no Gen Crafts. You can make things other than sculptures as well.
Mó cachorrada aqui, velho. Acho que aqui agora já foi, né? Agora eu tenho que acertar pra ir pra cima. Putz, mano, essa parte aqui deve ser outra.
So, have you gone through the case files? Is there anything that... Another dog's gone missing, huh? I know that the detective agency...
Será que é isso, velho? Acho que não. Nossa, esse daqui vai ser bem chato de fazer tudo. Olha lá. Já errei.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
So, have you gone through the case files? Oh, have they approved it already? Huh. The Tenryou Commission certainly has become more efficient ever since Kujo Kamaji took office.
So, what is Hazotalk's fraud?
It's an anti-fraud public awareness event. Basically, think of it as a short play about fraud. We'll get a few people to perform an entertaining drama in order to raise public awareness about the issue.
Ooh, so it's a play? Paimon likes the sound of that.
Well, see, fraud is a major issue here. You've traveled between different nations. I'm sure Mora isn't really an issue for you. You have to understand that scamming the poor of their money is essentially robbing them of their lives. Left unchecked, the situation could potentially deteriorate into something more... serious.
That makes sense. But will putting on a performance really work?
It's hard to say. Preventing crimes is more difficult than solving them, there's no doubt about that. But prevention is also a more worthwhile cause. Maybe only a small number of people who attend the event will ever actually encounter a scam artist. And even then, of the handful of attendees who encounter said scam artist, I doubt many of them will be able to see through the scammer's ruse. But if even only one person escapes the clutches of a scam artist because of my event, then I'm willing to put on this play for that person.
Alright, count us in! Today we are the anti-fraud messengers!
Great! First, we need 3 actors, 2 to play the scam artists and 1 to play the victim. I already have a couple candidates in mind for the roles of the scam artists, so come with me to the Grand Narukami Shrine.
If we're going to the Grand Narukami Shrine, are you planning to recruit Nico for your play? She'd be really good at acting.
Well, I guess you'll have to wait and see.
Hazo, what are you doing here, you little brat? Oh, and the Traveler, too. So, I assume you're here to see Lady Yae?
Hey, come on, cuz. Maybe I'm just here to see you.
Don't play your little games with me. If the Traveler isn't looking for Lady Yae, then you must be here looking for Etsu, right?
You still know me best, cuz.
Please wait here. I'll go get her.
Huh, so we're not here to see Miko? Bummer.
I'm flattered, but even if I wanted to, do you really think I could convince Lady Yae to join a little event like mine?
Get the Traveler to ask her next time. He can do it.
Well, hello, Detective Hazo. It's been so long since you last came to see me. You know, it's cruel to keep a girl waiting.
Hey, community service isn't all bad, is it? I'm sure it's better than prison, at least.
That's right. I was careless and found myself caught up in a case of fraud. Detective Hazo arrested me, and I was sentenced to prison.
For the record, I'm not the one who technically arrested you.
Oh, come now, Detective Hazo. Don't pretend like you don't remember the part you played. You have a cold heart, Detective. Colder than an icicle in the middle of winter. How would those Doshin have nabbed me if you hadn't provided evidence of my involvement and whereabouts, They were so bland and functional. Not like you, Detective. When you took me down, you knew exactly what you were doing.
So, how did you end up here at the shrine?
I'm here doing community service, of course. After all the information Detective Hazo managed to squeeze out of me, he promised to help secure a reduced sentence from the court. But in the end, they hardly reduced my sentence at all. Even after serving a lengthy prison term, I am still required to perform community service. I have to spend the entire day sweeping leaves or wiping floors. Just look at what the work has done to my soft and delicate hands. So, don't believe a word that comes out of his mouth.
I helped you get community service because you were credited with assisting the investigation. But if you find it too exhausting, I can always send you back to prison again.
Oh, come on, Detective Hazo. Now you're just toying with me.
Don't give me that. Listen, I'd like to invite you to the anti-fraud event I mentioned last time. It's tomorrow night, and you'll be a VIP guest. Let's see. Appearing in the event would be equivalent to, what, 5 days of community service? How does that sound?
Only 5 days? That's hardly anything.
5 days not enough? Okay. How about 4 days?
Hey! That's a day less than what you just promised me, Detective Hazo.
Oh, my mistake. 3 days.
All right, I'll go. Just stop playing with my heart. And may I ask, will they also be coming as a guest tomorrow night? No wonder you're treating me so coldly today, Detective Hazo. Looks like you found someone else to keep you company. And what a charmer they are. I get what you see in them. I mean, you'd have to be blind not to.
Etsu, now's not the time. If I hear you talking like that to my friend again, I'll make your community service even more unpleasant than your time in prison.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had no idea they were your friend. Really.
Well, now you do. Just be sure you're ready tomorrow. I'll send you the location, time of the event, and the script, so don't be late. All right, on to our next candidate. He should be in town right about now.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Mr. Iba, how are you doing?
Oh, well, if it isn't Hazo. Thanks to you, I haven't kicked the bucket yet.
Well, it's good to see you're alive. And well.
All right, out with it. I know you wouldn't come see me for nothing.
I see you're still sharp as ever, Mr. Iba. Look, have you had a chance to think about that anti-fraud event I mentioned to you last time?
You can forget it. I'm pushing 71 this year. You think I want to make a fool of myself?
Are you sure? You know, this event is very well funded. And now that the Sakoku decree has been repealed, I heard that your granddaughter Kazumi wants to take the chance to travel. If you participate, she can go without worrying about money at all.
Huh? How did you know? Sure, I paid a hefty fine at the time, but I can still afford her travels. You're Heizo's colleague, aren't you? How haven't you heard about this?
Well, it just so happens that Mr. Iba was a well-known figure in Inazuma back in the day. His Iba Trading Guild was even bigger than the current International Trade Association.
Don't bring it up again. If I hadn't been misled by that foreign merchant, I never would have become a commercial scammer. Fortunately, young Heizo here has some respect for the elderly and applied for a probationary sentence. Otherwise, I don't think I would have ever seen the light of day again.
Well, if Heizo was so good to you, then you should help him out too.
He's not as innocent as he looks, you know. He just knows it's easier to get information when we're chatting outside. Ask him if you don't believe me.
Those are some pretty harsh words, Mr. Iba.
Anyway, I can't help you with that, event, or whatever you call it.
Ah, man alive. What should I do now? I already told Kazumi that you'd show up and caution everybody about avoiding fraud. I'm sure it'd be beneficial for everyone, and Kazumi even agreed to come and listen. How can I explain to her that you were too worried about being embarrassed? She might even think that you feel no remorse at all.
Nada a ver, nome de risco. Por que nome de risco?
You should have told me about this first.
Come on now. How could I have known that you'd refuse to participate?
Why, you... You sure are a crafty one, just like your father.
So you'll join us?
What choice do I have? Using my granddaughter to force me into some event. People these days.
Agora você vai ter que me dar uma boa explicação para isso daí,
I will send the time and place of the event as well as the script, so don't forget to prepare.
All right, very well.
Well then, now we only need to find the last person to play the role of the fooled victim. We don't want someone too clever for this role.
Porque atualmente eu estou jogando
right
os
through this ruse and the drama would come to a grinding halt.
Not too clever. Oh! Paimon knows the perfect candidate.
E antes eu não jogava nenhum antes do Honkai.
Oh yeah, I know that guy. I've seen him in the police station a handful of times, though I've never actually spoken to him before. Do you know where we can find him?
Well, we did just see a file called the Prince of Mischief in Hanamizaka. That's gotta be Ito. He must be in Hanamizaka.
All right then, to Hanamizaka we go. Oh, but knowing his reputation, I'll need to bring a little something along just to guarantee we can secure his participation. You go ahead. I'll catch up.
How about that, kiddo? My little Prince of Mischief's got some moves, huh? Guess
What
that means
happened
your
to it?
Onikabuto is now my Onikabuto.
Ito! What are you up to?
Huh? Oh, Paimon, my compadre. This is a nice surprise. What brings you out this
Meu
way?
compadre. O Ito é muito da hora, velho.
What? No, it's not. No, it's nothing like that. They let me look after their Onikabuto just for a little while for safekeeping, and then, once they've gotten stronger, they can come and take them right back.
You win some, you lose some.
That's right, my little guy. Good attitude. All right, see you around. Okay, yeah, bye.
There's just no helping this guy.
Oh? an anti-fraud event? I'll level with you, compadre. I have no idea what that is, but if you want me there, I can think of nowhere I'd rather be. Oh, except that there's this Oni Kabuto Battle Royale tomorrow night that I was planning on going to. Yeah, it's gonna be huge. No holds barred. Winner takes home all the Oni Kabuto. And, as you can see, my Prince of Mischief has a pretty good chance of winning this thing, so, if it was any other day, you know?
Do you think all of those Oni Kabuto together would be a match for my one? Here's a picture. Let me know what you think.
Huh? Well, what this... What is this? How'd it get so big? What are you feeding this thing? Look at those beautiful demon stripes, those razor-sharp horns. Is this the fabled Emperor Oni Kabuto?
This is a small token we provide for VIPs. If you're willing to attend, then one of these will be yours at the end of the event.
Whoa, okay, I'm there. Wait a sec, you look familiar. Who are you anyway? And furthermore, do Oni Kabuto really come in this size? You're not trying to con me, are you? Because the more I think about it, the more I'm inclined to think that you're a contestant in tomorrow night's Oni Kabuto Battle Royale! Yeah, you lost to me in a previous beetle battle, and now you're trying to get the reigning champ out of the way. Without Prince of Mischief to contend with, you'll be free to sweep in and take all the Oni Kabuto. Am I right or am I right? Nice try, you little punk. 10 out of 10 for the pitch, but, you picked the wrong victim.
Okay. Then again, consider this. If your Prince of Mischief isn't competing, what's the point of me taking part? After all I'd stand to win is a bunch of puny little larvae. No?
Well, you've stumped me there. You are completely right. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Sorry, my bro, my main man, my buddy. I had you all wrong.
So, you're sure this guy's our best choice?
Yeah, see? I was already wondering if you were trying to con him.
Then allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shikanoin Heizo. I've seen you around a few times before at the police station.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I remember now. No wonder you looked so familiar. You were that guy who was in for stealing other people's Oni Kabuto, right? Listen, Heizo, hombre, did you apologize to them? You can lose like a man, you can win like a man, but you can never steal like a man. And that's a little Ito nugget.
Ito! He works there, for crying out loud! He's not one of your fellow inmates!
What? Oh, jeez. What's wrong with me? How could I forget? Of course I know you. I remember you now. For real, this time. You're the guy who sells lavender melons at the station, aren't you?
A lavender melon seller? At the police station? Don't be ridiculous!
I know what I saw, okay? Several times now I've been sitting there starving in jail when this guy comes and slips me a few lavender melons on the sly. Didn't even want payment. Solid guy.
Yeah, that was me. But it was only because your assistant, Kuki Shinobu, asked me to look out for you.
What? So Shinobu was behind it? Wait, so, hombre, you're not a lavender melon seller?
Look, we're getting hung up on all the wrong details here. The important detail right now is that I am the host of tomorrow night's event. And if you show up, the Oni Kabuto in the picture is yours. Deal?
Deal, done. But, could I get another look at that picture first? Just a little peek-see?
You'll have all the time in the world to inspect the real article once the event's over.
Okay, sure. I can wait. So, hombre, is there anything I need to do to prepare? Because if I'm doing this, I'm bringing my A game, all right? No half measures here. I'm gonna do this right.
He sure picks his moments to start acting responsibly.
Okay, so for this event, you, my, bro, will be participating in a short anti-fraud play along with 2 other VIP attendees. The main thing we ask is that you just relax. Try not to be nervous. I have the script, right here, if you want to take a...
Script? It sounds like someone's never seen the Arataki gang perform before, huh? Don't you worry, hombre. The Arataki gang is a little beyond the need for scripts. You'll see, this Oni Kabuto will be well worth your investment.
You, don't need a script? Wow, well, now I'm excited. See you there tomorrow night.
You bet. I'll be there. I'm gonna tell the gang about this, too. They'll all be there to support us.
Espera até o dia seguinte às 20.
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
It's almost time. Everyone ready? All right, then let's get this show started.
Oh, I can't wait, Mr. Heizo.
Let's get going, Heizo.
Emperor Oni Kabuto, hang in there, Your Highness. I'm coming for you.
It takes years to make a fortune, but only a moment to lose it all to a scam artist. Welcome to the first Heizo Talks Fraud. I am your eponymous host, Heizo. Okay, I'm delighted to have you all here today to explore the topic of fraud. To help everyone avoid becoming the victim of scam artists themselves, we thought we'd invite several VIPs with a lot of experience in this area to perform a little play with an anti-fraud message. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Miss Etsu, Mr. Iba, and the venerable gentleman, Mr. Arataki Ito. Without further ado, let the show begin. It was just another bright sunny day when a distressed Miss Etsu brought her elderly grandpa, Iba, into the police station to report a crime. There, they were greeted by a kindly Doshin, surname Arataki.
Doshin Arataki, please help us! My poor grandpa has been defrauded!
Doshin Arataki? You talking to me?
Perhaps for want of familiarity with the script, a confused look creeps over Doshin Arataki's face, and he asks himself that age-old question. Who am I?
Yes, you are Doshin Arataki! You're Doshin Arataki!
Oh, so I'm in the play. Right, yeah. Okay, got it. I'm a Doshin, of course. Okay, I got this. Ma'am, can you tell who it was that defrauded your grandfather? Rest assured, the Tenryou Commission and I are here to bring them to justice.
I don't know. It was too late when I found out. They took all of my grandpa's money, and all they left was this note.
Doshin Arataki frowns as he realizes this is more complicated than he thought. He takes the note in his hand and reads it out loud.
I am the Raiden Shogun. I am currently being held hostage by the Crux fleet and urgently need 200,000 mora to secure my release. Please place the ransom mora on the north coast of the deserted island. When all of this is over, I will promote you to General of the Tenryou Commission.
It's the almighty Shogun! We cannot let Her Excellency come to harm.
But this is a scam, surely. I mean, 200,000 mora? Kinda lowballing it for the Electro Archon, don't you think? Shouldn't it be like, 300,000 at the very least?
Well, I sure thought so, but Grandpa's already parted with the money.
Well, then we gotta get it back. Is there still time?
Before I could go out to look for it, Grandpa received another note.
Doshin Arataki takes the note and reads it out loud.
I am Miss Hina. I am currently raising funds to publish a photo book. I urgently need 300,000 mora for publishing fees. In return for your support, you will receive a limited edition signed photograph.
It's Miss Hina. We can't leave poor Miss Hina in a tight spot.
You're right, Gramps. Is 300,000 mora enough? I can spare some too if we need to make up the difference. Maybe I can get a photo of Miss Hina too. I mean, we gotta help Miss Hina out here.
It's a scam, Doshin Arataki! Snap out of it!
Oh, right, yeah, no, yeah, because if Miss Hina needed funds, she'd come to me first, you know, as her #1 fan. Why would she go asking this old geezer for help? These con artists don't know who they're up against.
Well, anyway, not long after Grandpa handed over the money, he received yet another note.
Doshin Arataki grabs the note and reads it aloud.
I am Arataki Ito. I was recently framed for a crime I totally did not commit, and now I'm stuck here in prison. I am in urgent need of 500,000 mora as bail. In return for your help getting me out, I will bring the whole gang over to thank you personally at your house.
Must be a scammer, surely. I've never heard of this person, and they're asking me for 500,000 mora.
Wait a minute. This is a scam. I'm Arataki Ito.
You are? But your name tag says...
Wow.
Doshin Arataki follows Miss Etsu's gaze to the name tag emblazoned on his chest, which reads...
Eu nem tinha visto a mensagem dele, tem.
What kind of whack job script is this? Am I
Meu
me
celular
or
tá
ain't I?
carregando aqui do lado. Por que tu não tentou pegar, se tu tiver aí ainda?
No
Tava
way,
sem
not a
recurso?
chance. Arataki Ito would never ask innocent people for mora in order to post bail. Whoever wrote this is a liar and a cheat. And we gotta get out there and get this guy off our streets.
Eu acho que ele nem tá
But
mais
just
aí.
as Doshin Arataki is being overcome with righteous indignation, the sound of Miss Etsu's weeping brings his attention back to her.
Miss Etsu, don't you worry. We're gonna
A
catch the
galera
people
quer
who
os
did
personagens
this.
não se prepara pra
Even
pegar,
if you
velho.
do catch them, how are we ever going to get Grandpa's money back? Oh, whatever are we going to do about all those Onikabuto?
Onikabuto? Wait, what was that about the, Onikabuto?
Oh, well, Grandpa is a major Onikabuto breeder in our village. His are the biggest and strongest Onikabuto around. People come from far and wide to buy from him. We recently received an order that was too big for our current capacity. We were planning to expand Grandpa's facilities, but then we were swindled out of all of our money. Right after we'd signed the contract, too. If we don't deliver these Onikabuto on time, Grandpa will have to pay huge damages. Oh, what are we going to do?
Caramba, mó drama.
Man, what's that saying? It's like, it never rains, but it snowballs. Exactly what we're dealing with.
Etsu, my dear, don't worry. I'll sell the house if I have to. We'll find a way through.
But then where will we stay? Please help us, Doshin Artaki. All we need is the 500,000 mora that was taken from us. Can you help us raise it? Or maybe you could lend it to us? Grandpa's business is going very well. We just need help getting over this hurdle. Doshin Arataki, please. If you lend us the money, I'm sure I can make it up to you by...
I won't hear of it. As a public servant, I would never dream of taking advantage of a person in need.
I was going to say, by giving you part ownership of the Onikabuto farm.
Oh, so that's what you were, yeah. That's not as enticing an offer as I was... wait, an Onikabuto farm, how many Onikabuto did you say you have? Because if it's more than, say, 10...
10,000.
What? 10,000? Well, that's more Onikabuto than I've seen in my whole life.
Please help us. As long as we get through this, those 10,000 Onikabuto are yours to keep.
10,000 Onikabuto? Hey, if I looked after them, they'd have little baby Onikabuto. And then the little baby Onikabuto would grow up and have little baby Onikabuto of their own.
Doshin Arataki is struck by a sudden wave of pure elation. His face breaks into a big, beaming smile. But what does he do next?
Do nada a história com
Don't you
personagem.
worry, I'm gonna help you out. But 10,000 is too many. I can only accept 1,000. Wait, no, what am I saying? 500 Onikabuto. As a Doshin of the Tenryou Commission, it is my duty to serve. How could I abuse my position to take advantage of you?
That's great news, Master Arataki. What a wonderful person you are. So strong and handsome and committed to doing the right thing. It's rare to find these days.
Yep, that's me. All right, there's just one final question that needs answering.
What question is that?
The question is... Where's my Mora? Huh. Yo, Heizo, my hombre, question for you. What's my character's salary in the script? Oh, also, any inheritance or other lump sums I should know about? Basically, can I afford this 500,000 Mora? I mean, Shmito, I can afford it. Can Shmito?
Ahem. Faced with a damsel in distress, Doshin Arataki fights to remain level-headed and asks that other age-old question. Where's my Mora? Suddenly, he feels a strange compulsion to slide his hand into his pocket where, it turns out, a bank check has been quietly nestled all along. He draws the check out and inspects it. Today is payday, and this is his salary. The amount? 500,000 Mora.
Whoa, check it out! A check for 500,000 Mora! Where'd you come from, buddy? Misatsu, get this. Turns out I just got paid 500,000 Mora today. Well, here's your Mora.
Thank you so much. Master Arataki, what's wrong?
Doshin Arataki stretches out his hand. But wait! Just as he is about to hand over the check to Miss Etsu, he hesitates. tightly pinching one end of the check betwixt his two fingers. All he needs to do now is release the check, and it will fall into Miss Etsu's eager hands. But let go of the check he does not.
Master Arataki, let go!
Wait. Something's not right.
Doshin Arataki is having second thoughts. Has something caught his attention? Has it aroused his suspicion? Has he finally realized the truth?
So, this is an anti-fraud show, right?
Huh?
A spark of intuition bursts to life in Doshin Arataki's mind.
Since this is an anti-fraud event, I have a question.
Is he about to ask the most critical question of all?
I gotta ask.
This is it. Here it comes.
Does a Doshin really get paid this much? 500,000 mora. Enough to get an Electro Archon out from a hostage situation, then go pay for Miss Hina's publishing costs. You telling me the average Doshin can do all that on one pay packet? I don't know, seems pretty fishy to me. Hey, compadre, what do you think? Am I being scammed here?
Heizo! Ito's cheating! He asked for help!
As the spark of intuition flickers and threatens to fade, Doshin Arataki clutches around in desperation, hoping to find a source of fuel to feed the flames of enlightenment. Traveler, are you going to help this poor man out of his predicament?
Follow my heart. All right, then. There's no way a Doshin makes 500,000 mora in a single pay packet. Two innocent victims, Miss Etsu and Mr. Iba, come to a Doshin for help. And the Doshin, whips out a 500,000 mora check? Yeah, likely story. There's only one possible explanation. Who's got two horns and carries around a fake checkbook? Yep, this guy. With this fake check for 500,000 mora, I almost swindled Etsu and Iba out of 10,000 onikabuto, the last thing these poor folks needed after the recent string of catastrophes they faced. My mind is blown. Craziest plot twist I ever heard. The criminal was the main character all along. Miss Etsu, I'm afraid I can't let myself give you this fake check. But I will do everything in my power to raise 500,000 genuine mora for you. So don't you worry.
What the?
Oh, jeez.
In the end, Doshin Arataki listened to the voice of his heart and narrowly avoided being defrauded in his own unconventional way. But regrettably, he failed to ask the critical question: who in their right mind would give away Onikabuto for free? I ask you all, is there such a thing as free Onikabuto? Free Mora? Or does nothing in life come for free? Thank you all for watching Heizo Talks Fraud. Don't get greedy and you won't be needy. Stay alert and you won't get hurt. You never know where scammers may lurk. See you all next time.
Wait, my man, what did you mean when you said I avoided being defrauded? I thought I was the fraudmeister here.
Maybe someone should have read the script. Miss Etsu and Master Iba were the scam artists. Duh! You were the one they were trying to scam.
What? Huh? I was being conned? Darn, I can't believe they got me.
Well, you still managed to protect your money. In the end, they didn't succeed.
Yeah, but that was a happy coincidence. They scammed me, and I fell for it.
Guessing it wasn't your first time either, huh?
It was such a cheap trick, too. Oh, this is killing me.
The trick is a common one for a reason, but don't underestimate it. That's how you end up being a victim.
But how am I gonna protect my gang if even I get fooled by such cheap tricks?
Don't blame yourself, old chap. In fact, you know what? I was also conned today. Yeah, me, of all people. Does that make you feel better?
You too, hombre? No way! No, that's impossible. You're just trying to cheer me up.
Oh, no, it's the truth. Please, just take a look at the present I got for you.
Wait, why can't it move?
That's just it. I'm sorry to say, it's just a figurine.
What? A figure? You mean, it's a fake?
Yeah, and it's all my fault. I was duped by the Onikabuto vendor's false advertising. What a colossal fool I am. Taken in by a common street vendor? Ugh.
So you really were conned, dude! Let me take a second to let that sink in. Gotta say, although I didn't get my Emperor Onikabuto, somehow, knowing that even Hazel got conned kinda puts me back in a good mood. It's, strange. Maybe I'm sharper than I'm giving myself credit for. Great minds think alike, so, me and my hombre here, kinda equally matched. Hey, by the way, compadre, looks like you're the only one out of the three of us who didn't get conned today. But you better watch out. We got fooled not because we were stupid, but because those scam artists are some crafty dastards. I want you to have this figurine as a reminder of the fact that today, Hazel and I both got conned, but we both grew a little wiser too. I hope that whenever you see it, you'll remember how cunning those con artists were, and how difficult it was for Hazel and I to see through their schemes. Then, you'll always keep your wits about you, and you'll never become a victim yourself.
Yep, that's right. No one will ever manage to con you.
Falta só duas. E é tudo pro outro lado agora. Eu acho que não vai levar para um final diferente. Será?
It's almost time. Everyone ready?
Aha! Etsu and Iba! So that's what's going on here. You two are the scam artists. You put on this damsel in distress and elderly grandpa act to win my sympathy, then used a few cheap tricks to get my attention. Then you dangled the bait in front of me, waiting for me to bite. Darn it! I knew it! Who in their right mind would give away Onikabuto for free, let alone 10,000 of them? It's too good to be true, and that's how I know you're the scam artists. You got a lot of nerve trying to scam a Doshin. You're coming with me, and you'll give a full confession if you know what's good for you.
Finally, with the help of his intuition and a little guidance from beyond the void, Doshin Arataki successfully avoided being defrauded. Not only that, but he asked a critical question. Who in their right mind would give away Onikabuto for free? I ask you all, is there such a thing as free Onikabuto? Free Mora? Or does nothing in life come for free? All right, remember, it takes years to make a fortune, but only a moment to lose it all to a scam artist. Thank you once again for watching Hazo Talks Fraud. Stay alert, everybody, and see you again next time.
So, how's my acting? I think I did just fine without a script. Those two would-be scam artists need to up their game if they want to have a chance of taking me down.
Hello? Without that hint from the Traveler, you would have handed that cash away without a second thought.
Right, yeah. I should thank him for the timely hint. But I pretty much knew off the bat that something fishy was about to go down, so, it was just a matter of time before I saw right through their scam. Seriously, oldest trick in the book. Who's gonna fall for that?
Old tricks they may well be, but the reason they've stood the test of time is that the ideal victim is always out there somewhere. People who are behind on the times, naive, socially isolated, or have cognitive deficiencies. Just because they don't always get noticed doesn't mean they're not there. Scammers cast a wide net. Sure, maybe 10,000 fish will escape, but they only need one catch for them to win and for us to lose.
Well, no more losing from now on. Not with me here to protect everyone. I think we can all agree that my performance today shows I'm savvy enough to keep the scammers at bay.
Don't be too confident. Anyway, Ito, my old... what was it again? Ah, yes, bro. Here's the reward you were promised.
Ah, music to my ears. Emperor Oni Kabuto, come to Papa. Oh, look at those sharp horns and those beautiful stripes. Well, hold on. Heizo, my hombre, why won't it move? Hey, bud, move! Oh no, I think this one might have joined the big beetle battle in the sky.
It's a figurine, so not the moving kind.
What? A figure? So, it's a fake?
Man alive, you seem a little surprised. Wait, you didn't actually think this was a real Oni Kabuto, did you? No, surely not. Ito, old chap, you must have seen from the photograph that it was a figurine. Don't tell me you didn't notice. Really?
You little punk! Give me my Emperor Oni Kabuto now!
Velho, a melhor parte daí do encontro foi a participação do Ito, velho, até agora. Ai, caraca. Muito bom, velho, Ito. Era muito palhaço, velho.
Something vital. Isn't that bizarre? See, no, I thought so too. It's a deal then, partner. So, let's get started, shall we? First, we can search the camp for clues.
Foi de primeira, hein?
What's the shiny thing? Oh, it's a Sanko pearl. Hey, isn't this crystal mirror?
So, have you found anything? Yes, I've found pretty much the same. And there really are a lot.
Aren't these all super expensive? Oh, these must be the valuable things that went missing from the island. That's it! The Nobushi must have stolen them all.
I don't know if I'd go that far. The Nobushi would be very hard-pressed to find many opportunities to get their hands on commodities like these.
Huh? What do you mean? Did the Nobushi gather all this themselves?
No, that's unlikely. Crystal marrow is a rare material for crafting weapons, and Sango pearls are an even more precious commodity. Here's what I think. Due to Watatsumi's poor soil, the island's economy is quite fragile and heavily reliant on the trade of these special resources. So, it's absolutely vital that they keep them under lock and key and well out of the Nobushi's reach. Which means they got lucky with a huge batch like this. My guess is they ambushed a caravan. If we go ask around the Sangonomiya Shrine, we can find out if there have been any recent instances of caravans being plundered. Perfect. I knew you'd be a huge help.
Well, duh! The Traveler is Paimon's companion after all.
Captain, I see you found the detective.
Watatsumi Island sure is a beautiful place. I don't think I could ever leave.
You can stay as long as you like, granted you don't cause any trouble, that is. Her Excellency has stated that all friendly visitors are welcome. Incidents of stolen goods? Not that I'm aware of. Her Excellency has recently launched several measures to boost the economy, including the development of trade routes and establishing our own caravans. Troops have also been deployed to protect them, so it is only reasonable to assume that the current trade routes are already very safe. Any looting or theft would be practically unthinkable.
That's strange. Then where did the Nobushi get those goods from?
Huh? You mean you found goods of unknown origin?
Yep, and it's all Sango pearls and crystal marrow, so we know it's local.
Could there have really been a theft that hasn't been reported? That shouldn't be the case. Well, perhaps you could go ask Todoroki. He's responsible for the caravans and is usually in the village at night preparing the goods. If something has happened, he should know about it.
Great. Thank you for all the info. Let's go.
Hey, Traveler! It's been a while. I've missed you. Why didn't you inform me that you'd be coming over today?
General Goro.
You're dismissed, Shibata. You may go about your other duties while I catch up with the Traveler.
Yes, General Goro.
I overheard you discussing a case of stolen goods. Is that right?
That's right! We found a lot of Watatsumi's valuable products in a Nobushi camp!
I see. So you've come to ask if we know of any relevant cases. Well, I'm ashamed to say that, yes, the caravans have been plundered. And not just once, I'm afraid. We had already dispatched additional forces to protect the caravans, yet the crooks still managed to get away with the goods.
And you're concerned that if this kind of news were to get out, it would undermine the confidence of other caravans. So you didn't make it public, and instead kept the news to only a select few.
That's correct. I never expected you to be so concerned about Watatsumi's affairs, Detective Heizo.
Just a force of habit, really. As a detective, I notice these kinds of things.
Oh, so you two already know each other?
Actually, I've only heard of Detective Heizo from the soldiers' reports. We've never met in person.
Darn it. You're right. Now that you mention it, I've been on Watatsumi Island all this time and still haven't properly introduced myself. Man alive, please forgive me. It's a pleasure to meet you, General Goro. I'm Shikanoin Heizo of the Tenryo Commission.
Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you too. I'd like to express my gratitude to you for stepping in and helping recover those goods.
Don't mention it. You never know what you'll find when you're out for a stroll. But if the source of the problem is not addressed, I'm afraid this sort of situation will continue cropping up for you.
Yes, of course. Not only have we reassured the affected caravans, but we also dispatched personnel to investigate the culprits. The reports indicated that the stolen goods were being delivered to a merchant of the International Trade Association named Godot. It all seems pretty unusual. We suspect that there are bigger players behind Godot, and that their target is none other than Watatsumi Island's valuable resources. But unfortunately, it would be difficult for us to investigate further, given that...
Given that, Rito, the island where the International Trade Association is located is not part of your territory, yes. They have cleverly picked their base of operations.
I can see you catch on quickly, Detective Heizo.
It's my guess that you're telling us this because you're going to ask us to assist you in finding who's behind all this, right?
You're always thinking one step ahead. Yes, those were exactly my intentions. And of course, we will prepare a generous reward for you. The recent end of the war, trade and commerce have now become an important component of Watatsumi Island's development. Ensuring safety of the trade routes is critical, and we can't afford any further incidents. So, will you please help Watatsumi Island, Detective Heizo?
I'm willing to assist, but it all depends on what he wishes.
Great! With both Detective Heizo and the Traveler on the case, I'm sure it'll be solved in no time. The situation is now in your capable hands. I look forward to hearing your report when you get back.
All right, we'll take care of it. Traveler, let's go discuss where to head from here.
Trying to get away from Goro so he can't overhear us, are you?
Very perceptive. Seems even Paimon has her moments. Let me ask you, do you believe in intuition?
Huh? Intuition? Where are you going with this?
My intuition tells me that General Goro is lying.
What? How could you say that? Although he did seem a little on the serious side today, but Goro's a good guy.
Good people can be deceptive, too. After all, everyone has their secrets. Well, in my opinion, the timing of his appearance was a little too coincidental. Sanganamiya's soldiers have been keeping an eye on me for the entire time I've been on Watatsumi Island, yet I had never seen General Goro even once. But today he came out and met with us, and even commissioned us to investigate a case.
Maybe that's because the Traveler is here today, and Goro thinks he's more capable.
Really? Huh. Then that makes things even more peculiar. If there are powerful players behind this case, and he needs to draw upon external support, then he should have taken action sooner rather than wait until today. A more plausible explanation is that the items we discovered are linked with some unspeakable secret, and he had to intervene to prevent us from digging any deeper. Then he put up a smokescreen to mislead us. I surmise that investigating the merchant Godot on Rito will yield no results.
Whoa, are you serious? But this is all just a hunch you have, right?
Actually, there is another key factor behind my reasoning. Though you may not believe me, I sense something special about Goro.
Something special?
Yes. Whatever is missing on this island, I sense it in him.
Whoa! Hold it right there! Are you saying Goro's a thief? As in he took something valuable?
It's not that simple. I can't fully explain it. It's just my intuition. Sure, I trust your judgment, but perhaps you're overlooking someone else, the true leader here. Being too suspicious, am I? Well, even suspicious people have their duty to uphold. In which case, I'll stay here and get back to you once I figure out what the secret of this place is. It's simple. We should just investigate whatever it is they're trying to hide from us. And what were we planning to do just before Goro showed up?
Oh, we were going to talk to the leader of the caravans. Yeah, someone named Todoroki.
Bingo. There's no time to lose. Let's go talk to this Todoroki.
Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Tá dando uns lag?
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Todoroki, the shipment has arrived and is ready for inspection.
Good, let's go.
Hey, it's Todoroki!
Shh, keep quiet. Let's follow him and see where he leads us. Man alive.
Todoroki, the shipment has arrived and is ready for inspection.
Good, let's go.
Hey, it's Todoroki!
Shh, keep quiet. Let's follow him and see where he leads us. Man alive.
Todoroki, the shipment has arrived and is ready for inspection.
Good, let's go.
Hey, it's Todoroki!
Shh, keep quiet. Let's follow him and see where he leads us. Uh-oh. We got too close and he noticed us. Man alive. We strayed too far and now we've lost him.
Todoroki, the shipment has arrived and is...
Good, let's go.
Hey, it's Todoroki!
Shh! Keep quiet.
Your intel was spot on. When we arrived, the Nobushi were all still asleep. We captured them all, and the goods were retrieved and brought back here.
I'll take a look. Everything seems in order. Good work.
It's nothing. Thanks to the efforts of your caravan, the price of grain in the village has decreased.
That's right. And who would have thought that the injuries we sustained during the war would have such a lingering effect on our bodies? But thankfully, you also brought back some life-saving medicine.
Things are improving, thanks to the help from those up top. Oh, by the way, what is the state of the village's inventory? Make sure that it's confirmed tonight. I have to leave tomorrow morning after I go to the Sangonomiya Shrine and get instructions from General Goro.
Don't worry. We've already prepared the list. Just follow us.
Huh? The soldiers from Sangonomiya seized the Nobushi's stolen goods? But didn't Goro say all the stolen goods were headed to...
And Todoroki said he'll get instructions from Goro tomorrow. Interesting. It appears these seized goods were never stolen. There's something else behind all this. Now's our chance to look around and see if we can find any leads.
This box is packed so tight! It looks like it could burst! Let's see what's inside! Huh? What are all these plants and flowers? Oh, there's a small note here!
Ha! 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 Ha!
Glaze lilies? What are these doing here? Shouldn't it be crystal marrow or something? Whoa! Genshin? Paimon was expecting to find Sango pearls.
So, did you find anything?
Whoa! Look at all the Genshin! And glaze lilies, too! There are also tons of other plants and flowers Paimon doesn't know here. Weird.
These are valuable raw ingredients for producing medicine. If these few crates were to be imported from Rito, the price would be jaw-dropping. On top of that, these items seem to lack a tax clearance certificate, meaning that they were most likely smuggled. Yes, very interesting. Now, where did the Nobushi get these goods? How about you? Did you find anything else? Foreign Trade Association? I've never heard of such an organization in Rito. And if it's regarding foreign trade, then smuggling is an even more likely possibility. All right. In which case, I have a rough hypothesis. First, we...
Huh? Who goes there?
Oh no! We've been spotted!
Huh? Wait, Captain? Is that you?
Oh, so it's you, Captain. You had me worried there. We almost mistook you for bandits. Captain, do you remember us? During the war, I was in the field hospital with Masashi. Teppei brought you to see us and helped find medicine for us.
Hey, come on now. The captain wouldn't forget. I gotta tell you, Captain, we all miss you. We haven't seen you ever since the end of the war. When we heard that you were coming here, we just assumed you were only going to see General Goro and Her Excellency. The guys are all really hoping to see you. We're fine. You don't have to worry about us, Captain.
No, you're not fine. Captain, you may not be aware, but Masashi previously fainted on the front lines. The doctor thought that it might be a neurological condition caused by overstimulated emotions. It's pretty serious. According to the doctor, if it hadn't been for the medication he's been taking, he would have developed dementia. And that was assuming the best case scenario.
You're one to talk. Don't forget why I fainted in the first place. It's because I heard that you got yourself killed by an arrow. I couldn't handle all the emotion. Later, I found out that he'd been shot in the buttocks, and it was only a mild injury. I had an emotional breakdown for nothing.
What do you mean for nothing? I got shot not by one, but 2 arrows in a row. The first arrow was to the left cheek, and the second arrow was also to the left. And because the arrows were poisonous, the wound still hasn't completely healed yet. I have to apply ointment every day, and I'm constantly worried it might reopen while I sleep.
Look on the bright side. At least we're still alive.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. But enough about us. What brings you here, Captain?
These goods were all seized from the hands of Nobushi and treasure hoarders. Todoroki was the one who provided us with the intel. He mentioned there were bandits here and there, so we went and took care of them while also confiscating the goods.
By the way, Captain, you still haven't met Todoroki, have you? He's the one we're working for now. Her Excellency recently announced plans to stimulate the economy and created the caravans, with Todoroki at the helm.
Yeah, he's proven to be quite capable. Even though he was just a farmer before, he's now successfully running the caravans. And his 2 sons are also our brothers in arms. Both received a special medal of honor from General Goro, which is quite remarkable, don't you think?
So, as injured veterans, we've been reassigned to Todoroki. He's the one who gives us orders and pays our salaries now. What do they call that again?
It's called changing careers, dummy.
Ah, right. Changing careers. Anyway, I think the whole caravan thing is wonderful. Our region wasn't very prosperous to begin with, and the land can't grow any crops. We have to pay a hefty price just to get basic food from outside. I can't even imagine trying to maintain and feed an army like we did during the war.
I see. I think I understand the general situation now. May I ask where the apprehended criminals are?
And you are?
Ah, I see. The captain's friend. It should be okay to tell you then. We apprehended all the culprits and escorted them to a temporary location not far from here. Unfortunately, Masashi and I have other duties tonight and won't be able to take you there. Why don't you wait for a moment and I'll find someone else to show you the way.
I'm pretty sure I've already got a grasp on what's going on. All I need now is to confirm it with the apprehended bandits. Let's go. Are you still a little confused? Let me help connect the dots. This whole thing was actually quite similar to a case I once worked on previously.
The price is...
It was a case involving the trade of prohibited items, and they employed an old trick to execute the deal. The culprit would first go strolling down the street until they knocked over a pedestrian on purpose, using the opportunity to slip the prohibited goods into the unknowing pedestrian's pocket. Once the intended recipient got word of it, they would find an excuse to harass the same pedestrian before stealing the goods from the pocket. The pedestrian had no idea what happened from start to finish, and unknowingly functioned as a middleman. So, can you guess who the middleman was in this case?
Sir, please forgive us, sir. We are nothing more than petty thieves.
Sir, what do I look like? A commissioner? Does my friend here look like a commissioner to you?
Officer!
First, I'm gonna need to ask you a few questions.
Sure. Go ahead, ask anything.
The soldiers discovered many valuable goods in your camp. The goods don't appear to be from around here, so the question is, where did they come from?
Oh, the goods? Right, we picked them up at the beach.
You picked them up?
Well, no, we, actually stole them.
Be honest now. Tell me the whole story.
Yes, sir. I mean, officer. We took those goods from a small merchant ship just off the beach, but we didn't exactly steal them. You see, the ship's guards all took off running the moment they saw us. They abandoned the goods, and we simply came and picked them up. But next thing we know, a group of soldiers arrives, and we're all apprehended. Talk about bad luck. We didn't even have a chance to stash away the goods before we got caught.
You say that the merchant ship's guards fled without putting up a fight. You expect me to believe that?
You just assumed they were scared witless and didn't have the guts to fight. I'm not bragging or anything, but our boss is pretty intimidating. With his massive muscle and strength, he could scare anyone.
You really expect us to believe all this?
No, you gotta believe me. Just the other day, we scared off an entire squad of soldiers. When they noticed us, they went running and dropped their goods. I swear. I still remember seeing tons of Songo pearls and crystal marrow in that load. All nice and shiny, too. Ooh, it was amazing. Unfortunately, a bunch of pirates came later and snatched those goods. It just happened that our boss had diarrhea that day and couldn't hold off the pirates. This luck of ours.
Wait a tick. Pirates?
Yep, no doubt about it. They came on a massive ship, and their captain was a pretty lady with an eye patch. We had no idea how powerful she was. It was like boom, boom, thud. Only took 3 hits before she knocked out the boss.
A pretty lady with an eye patch?
Oh. Does this description remind you of someone, Paimon?
No! Doesn't remind Paimon of anyone.
Okay. And how about you? Really? Okay, I'll take that as a no, then. It appears that the situation is just as I suspected. Todoroki is striking a shady deal with a group of pirates, while General Goro appears to be assisting with the cover-up.
What? How could that be?
Todoroki said that he'd be going to Sangonomiya early tomorrow morning to get Goro's instructions before the caravan leaves. Now is the time to address any doubts you may have. Tomorrow morning will be our moment to confront them. Hopefully, my final question will be answered then as well. The question of what important thing this island is missing. I can feel some connection to the question in Goro, Todoroki, and even to Kuda and Masashi. Hopefully, we'll finally have an answer tomorrow. Let's get some rest. I'll see you at Sangonomiya tomorrow morning.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. There is no escape!
Who are you?
Hello, Todoroki. I'm Shikanoin Heizo, Special Detective of the Tenryou Commission. I believe you've been manipulating large-scale illegal trades for some time now. Mind if we talk about that for a bit?
You can't just go around spewing such nonsense, young man.
And what if I'm not talking nonsense?
Ridiculous. I don't have time to listen to this. Get out of here, you little brat.
I know I'm on the younger side compared to you, Todoroki, so I'm sure you must have heard the old saying. Off the scale, some goods only weigh a couple pounds, but on the scale, they weigh more than 1,000. So the question is, do you want to put your goods on the scale or not?
What are you trying to say?
Well, nothing. All I want to hear is you personally confirming what we already know to be the truth.
Masashi! Tokuda! Arrest these people!
Huh? Todoroki, what's wrong?
Who dares to cause trouble at Sangonomiya Shrine? Huh? Wait, it's... Captain? What are you doing?
These crooks are trying to pry into the secrets of Watatsumi. We mustn't let them go.
But, no. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Todoroki, this is the captain of Swordfish 2, one of our own.
It doesn't matter who they are. Remember what General Goro told you? The long-term goal of Watatsumi is to revive its trade and commerce. And since you have been assigned to work with me, it's my orders that count around here. I don't care if they were your captain. Would you dare disobey orders?
What do we do?
Well, what are you waiting for? All right, I see how it is. If you two won't do it, I will.
I really hoped it wouldn't come to this. But... here we go.
Wait! Everyone, stand down!
General Goro! You're here.
My apologies, Traveler, Detective Heizo. I wasn't telling you the truth. Todoroki, the Traveler here is the hero who saved Watatsumi Island. Without him, Watatsumi Island would never have found the peace it has today. We mustn't raise our weapons against him.
How could you be so naive, General Goro? If we let them go free, then who's to say the Shogunate won't come after us tomorrow? If the Shogunate decides to investigate, we won't be able to hide the truth.
I wouldn't allow them to take you, Todoroki.
Let's not kid ourselves. If going to jail could solve the problem, I would go and turn myself into the Tenryou Commission right now. The question is, what are we going to do with the goods? Will you be able to keep them? Not to mention the chance of astronomical fines. Can you afford that? Goro, we both know that Watatsumi Island is a barren land. Plant 100 radishes here and maybe only 3 would grow. And those 3 combined would still be smaller than just 1 carrot imported from elsewhere. You can't grow food or medicinal herbs here, and if we buy them from Rito, we pay exorbitant taxes. My eldest son died fighting on the battlefield. But do you know how my second son died? He died because there was no medicine to treat him. You awarded both of them medals of honor, but did that save their lives? Can medals heal Tokuda and Masashi's wounds? No. It was the medicine that I got that saved their lives. If we detain them today, the Shogunate will never know what we've done. Besides, they're only a few months away now. We will set them free once the new bill is passed in just a few months, and everything will be okay. None of what happened here will be mentioned again, and life on Watatsumi Island will continue to improve.
I understand, Todoroki, but they won't...
I can trust the Traveler won't, but the detective here is a Tenryou Commission officer. Forget it. You're the general. I'm just a radish farmer.
It's a new commodity tax bill currently being drafted by the Kanjo Commission. The bill exempts taxes on goods that are in short supply on Watatsumi Island. Once the bill's introduced, we'll be able to buy commodities that we need from regular marketplaces.
Oh, I see. Man alive. I wish I had known sooner. In that case, how about we put your fears at ease and I'll stick around here a little longer. You know, until the bill is introduced.
Huh? Detective Hazel, are you saying that...
You mean you're willing to stay here, young man?
Come on, you two. What's with the strange looks? You've been keeping me under close surveillance, haven't you? Surely you must have noticed that aside from being a detective, I'm also an ordinary tourist who likes to enjoy good scenery. I believe that after the new commodity bill is passed, there will be more and more traffic between the two sides, and more people will be coming to visit Watatsumi Island. I have to take the opportunity now and enjoy this place while I still have it all to myself. Before long, tourists will start pouring in.
Thank you, Detective Hazel. On behalf of the people of Watatsumi.
My pleasure. But one good turn deserves another, does it not?
Oh, you mean there's something you wish to request?
I suppose you could say I'm from the Shogunate, but the traveler next to me isn't. As far as I know, he's planning to visit other nations soon, and it is unclear if he will return to Narukami Island or not. Therefore, there's no need to limit his freedom, right? I'm sure no one else will hear of what happened today. Am I right, traveler?
Well, it's settled then. He will always be an important partner to Watatsumi, and I would never dream of limiting his freedom. So please, don't worry, Detective Hazel.
I'll hold you to that. But if I ever find out you've lied to me again, there's a chance I'll lose my cool.
I'm sorry for not telling you the truth earlier. It's a serious matter, and I didn't want outside parties to become involved. But today, I realized my poor judgment. How could I possibly hide anything from Detective Hazel and the Traveler?
I'm glad you understand now. But, in all honesty, I'm the one who should be thanking you. It's because of you that I was finally able to reach an answer. After all, nothing makes a detective happier than putting a case to rest.
Ah, I understand now. You really are an interesting person, Detective Hazel.
No, I'm afraid you don't quite get what I mean.
I'm sorry?
Wait! Paimon gets this one! It's the answer to your question, right? The one about the thing you sensed coming from Goro and the others. Now you figured it out!
What? The thing you sensed coming from me? But I always have excellent personal hygiene.
No, not like that.
Hey, traveler, could I talk to you for a moment? Besides, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Hey, there you are. Come here, look. It's beautiful, isn't it? Watatsumi Island. It's remarkable how such a barren land can give life to such wonderful and stunning scenery. To be honest, I am grateful to you for this trip. Before you arrived, I was running around like a headless chicken. Even if I happened to find out what was going on here, I wouldn't have been able to uncover any concrete information without you present. I'm just sorry that I promised I'd accompany you back. It appears that I won't be able to do so for the time being. So please, cover for me in the meantime, okay? It's all in the past now. Let's just chalk it up as an intriguing experience I had on my trip here. Besides, that's not what I wanted to investigate anyway. Yes. Everyone you led me to and everything they said brought me closer to the answer. And now I finally get it. Watatsumi Island is an ancient land where the soil is poor and many crops do not grow because it's lacking a certain thing. But what the inhabitants of this land do have is bravery. They were courageous enough to stand up and resist the gods and accomplish what they knew could not be done. This is yet another instance in which that certain thing shines. That missing element. That certain thing is what I sensed present in Goro, Todoroki, Tokuda, and Masashi, which is the true vitality of this land. I guess I was mistaken when I declared that something was missing. That something from this island had evaporated into thin air. Because even something that evaporates is not gone. It's still there, just in a different state of being. When water is heated by fire, it evaporates and eventually finds its place in the sky. Similarly, when the land was harmed, its vitality evaporated and eventually found its place among the inhabitants. This is the final answer I've been searching for. Anyway, thanks again. You know, even though we just met, I wish you could be my partner all the time. Call me Grady, I guess. But, of course, I know that's impossible. You have your own journey to complete. So I'll just keep doing what I can. Hopefully keeping my memories from evaporating safe and sound in my mind. That way, I'll always be able to remember these beautiful things. The beauty of Watatsumi Island. The people who are full of life and vitality. And you two, who are by my side.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. The world remains constant over this.
Being too popular can be such a hassle.
Everything.
Show her new face!
Weak. Pathetic.
Everyone will be in the world.
Weak. This world, a fleeting shadow.
May I present
Illusions of our distractions.
Time to shine!
Take yourself to rule.
Quiet. Here comes the catch.
Inazuma shines eternal.
The show begins! Let the world collide! Stop that!
Your verdict is decided. King's up. Without hearing you, all returns to silence. Only
Let my name echo in song!
awaits.
Boring. Isn't there anything else more interesting to do?